Welcome back.
Good morning and welcome to the MODUS Super Series. It's Monday morning, which means the beginning of a brand new week, and it is week 3 of Series 3, and what an exciting lineup we have for you this week. A big week with big names meant that we could only bring back Chris Mason into the lineup. It's been a little while. Chris, how are things?
Yeah, first time back this year. Yeah, okay. Enjoyed the seniors. Been enjoying the Super Series. I thought last week was fabulous. Also great to see John Worsley in the mix winning week 1. So yeah, this one again looks another special week.
Swapping the darts on the microphone this week.
Yeah, a little bit better than that, I think.
Well, let's have a look at what happened on Saturday evening by having a look at the best of the highlights.
So
Owen, you require 24.
Up to Bates now. He's got 3 darts in hand for 24 and the title.
Lovely marker. Game. Shot. And your week 2 winner of the MODUS Super Series, Owen Bates.
3 is Owen Bates. The debutant takes the win this week.
Well, what a finals night it was. What a final it was as well. Owen Bates, well, a ton-plus average in the final. That was absolutely superb.
Yeah, he was good. In fact, it was a really great week of darts. I thought Leonard Gates has been a breath of fresh air. He played fabulous in the World Seniors, of course, and continued it on here. But yeah, Owen Bates is a talent whose name's been on everybody's lips the last sort of year or so. He's from my neck of the woods down there in Exeter. And produced the goods in the final. I mean, the 174 setup was outstanding, and as you said, to finish it off with a 100+ average in the final showed his class, and it's something he's been doing with regularity of late. He's certainly one to watch for the future.
We talk about players of raw talent at that age, but to have that composure and bottle at that age speaks more volumes about him. Yeah,
that's the one thing about him. He doesn't look fazed by it, and I suppose at that age you're not damaged good yet. So you've got no bad memories, and yeah, he looks very comfortable up there, and that comes from doing it with regularity, and it's something that he has been doing. You know, not necessarily in the 100+ region, but he seems to average in the mid-90s with relative ease.
And you think last week was good, this week, oh, this could be absolute carnage.
Yeah, looking at the lineup, yeah, it's name after name, isn't it? I'm excited to see Danny Lauby back. We've not seen Danny for a while. Jarrod Cole is someone who's got so much experience here at the Super Series. Jack Main, fresh off the tour as well, of course. A player who last year hit 9 darters, two of them on the same weekend, so we know what talent he's got. Dom Taylor, we've seen him down at the old venue. He made the Saturday night, but I think he underperformed. I think he's keen to come back and really show us what he's capable of. And then coming in Thursday and Friday, Andy Jenkins back, Ryan Furness, another player who'd be keen to put a few things right. Hoagie, another one who seems to make the Saturdays and then doesn't produce. Carl Wilkinson, a regular. Josh McCarthy, and Mark Durbridge is an interesting one, and someone who would have practiced hard for the seniors, played very well at the seniors, but again, has not really done himself justice here. But the beauty of coming straight off the back of the seniors, like we've seen with Leonard Gates, you're right up to speed, and he'll come into you confident, and rightly so.
Do you think the Group C stim will actually help Mark as well?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. I think the older players tend to suffer if they start on the Monday and have to try and sort of negotiate through the week and just sort of, you know, stay battle hardened. And I think coming in and just doing the Thursday and Friday, if he makes a Saturday, he'll certainly be dangerous.
Well, that wasn't too bad for you, was it?
No, no. But I'm a different gravy. You know that, Henry.
Exactly. Well, let's have a look then at the outright betting then for Group A this week, because as we can see, Jared Cole starts off favourite 7-4. But you just get the sense in this group where it's so evenly weighted, perhaps the value will be with the likes of Klaasen and Lauby and the likes of Jack Main.
Yeah, I think Jack Main, it was interesting, the interview you did with him earlier, and he mentioned he suffered, and it hurt him not retaining his tour card. Well, he has to just forget about that. That's gone, that's done, it can't be changed. You can only change what's going to happen in the next couple of minutes, couple of days, couple of years. You can't change what's happened, and he needs to just start afresh. And this is a perfect environment for him. It's not knockout darts at this stage. He's healthy, young, fresh. I think this will suit him. I think at 11-2 to win this Group A is a big price.
Well, let's see what you think as well about what the action's coming up today. We've got Aces Acker for you here. Just talk us through some of these selections.
Yeah, I think Klaasen will come out of the blocks fairly quickly. He tends to. Historically, when we look at his numbers from the past, sort of 10 visits to the Super Series, he hits 180s early. I like that 8-11. I've gone Blom against Mann there, although I think the value is there with Jack Main. It's one of those games, I think, hard to pick a winner, but it looks like it's got 7 legs written all over it. So I've gone over 5.5 there. Cole versus Taylor, handicap. Dom might come out of the blocks a little bit slowly. I think that might be a good early bet. Minus 1.5 at 5-6 pays nearly 4-1.
And if you are having a flutter on the Super Series, remember it is 18+. BeGambleAware.org, where we kick off with the clash between Jelle Klaasen and Danny Lauby. Well, that's going to be a bit quick, isn't it?
Yeah, this won't take long if it goes all 7 legs.
So I better make him sprint his way down to the commentary box, where we've got the big shoes of Chris Mason, and we've also got the flip-flops of Phil Bars down there. Morning, Phil.
Morning, Henry. Thank you very much, and welcome along, everyone, to week 3 of Series 3 here at the MODUS Super Series. And the boys are right up on the balcony. Blink and you could miss this one. Absolute speedsters, these two. Could be a spotter's nightmare. They both fly around the board, but we could see some fireworks. Jelle Klaasen, the 2006 BDO World Champion, the Cobra, now 38. And here we have the exciting Danny Lauby, 30 years old. We've seen him produce some absolute superb stuff over on the CDC.
First leg, it's Jelle to throw first. Game on.
And we are underway, and as if by magic, Mace has hopped down those stairs and is with us.
57.
I needed some of those, I need one of them Stena stair lifts, I think, mate, at the moment to get me down there, but yep. Down here,
59.
bright and early, and looking forward to this one.
Yeah, just styles make games, and this should gel because they'll both just rat-a-tat-tat and get on with it.
Yeah, and no previous between the two. This is the first meeting between Jelle and Danny.
$59.
Yeah, just looking at Lauby, at times, is he almost too quick?
100.
Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? I think it's not an improvised thing. It was a bit like when you look at someone
90.
like Brendan Dolan, who used to be how he is now and then decided to slow his game right down, but ultimately you go back to what feels natural. And I think for both, they both like to just get on with it. You've got no The problem is when you're a bit slower, there's a lot of thinking time, there's a lot of hang
55.
time, and
Then you
when you
require
think,
83.
all sorts can go on between the ears. Ball.
58.
Wires the
Yellow
bullseye
require
for a break of throw.
105.
Jelle Klaasen, this 105 probably has to go. Can't
65.
find the
Then you
top, so
require
Lauby coming back for 25, an early break of throw, 1 for double 12.
Game shot on the
That
first
is
leg, Danny Lauby.
absolutely clinical from the American, and it is a break of throw in the opening leg in 17.
Yeah, a tidy enough start for him. He'll be the happier of the two, that's for sure.
Second leg is Danny to throw first. Game on.
And these races to form ace,
60.
breaks of throw early can absolutely hurt.
Yeah, they're so significant. And it immediately puts you on the back foot and gets you chasing.
134.
But both so experienced in playing short course starts, of course.
140.
A lot of the American stuff that Danny were playing would still be best of 5.
Yeah, we're seeing a real boom from North America.
That's great, isn't it?
177.
Like you spoke up on the balcony about Leonard Gates, breath of fresh air in the seniors, and here the CDC doing
45.
absolute wonders for steel tip darts in North America right now.
Yeah, well, when John Part was doing John Part things, the
50.
way the world operates in terms of the technology and everything else and the potential reach, it just wasn't there for John.
100.
And that's what we need. We
Yellow
need
require
an
140.
American or a Canadian superstar to really give the sport a boost there, and things may well change. We've seen the impact the
116.
US
Yellow
Darts
require
Masters had and
156.
Fallon's inclusion in it, and how big that is now at Madison Square Garden, and that's all. Sometimes that's all it needs.
Yellow
That
require
breakthrough
24.
player.
It's a superb response here from the Cobra. Oh, but that's a mistake, Chris.
Yeah, he's just sort of flashed at
No
that one
score.
a little bit.
And you require 56.
Not giving it the attention needed. That's a great guide.
36.
And again,
Yellow require
The
24.
over adjustment from Lauby.
both of them.
Going round the houses.
18.
And Jelle can't convert. He's had chances
Then
to
you
break
require
straight back.
20.
Well, he understands the importance of the break back, and that contributed to those misses.
10.
No one likes fives.
Yellow requires 6.
James Wade don't mind a double 5.
Game shot of the second leg, Jelle
And Jelle
Klaasen.
Klaasen does break back. And we saw the little fist pump. It was only a 20 dart leg, but he knows the importance of getting straight back on level terms here.
Yeah, lengths of legs are
Third leg is
irrelevant to
Jelle to go
Jelle. It
first.
was just getting
Game
that
on.
break back and getting back in control of the match. And when you have to throw in these
100.
short races, it's down to you.
Yeah, going back to the topic of North America,
60.
that back end of last year before the Worlds, for online darts, we covered the Continental Cup for the guys to give them some UK coverage. And
93.
I was actually blown away by the standard underneath the names that we know. Yes, your Leonard Gates, your Danny Laubys,
60.
your Danny Baggishes that we're all fully aware of. But the undercurrent of that, there were still mid to high 80s averages from players that we weren't household names.
80.
Yeah, I mean, the game is popular in America. I mean, you go, when I used to go to Boston years ago, I mean, they had the Minuteman League, which is the biggest league in the world, and it's incredible to think that that part of the world has not produced a darting superstar, but
42.
the foundations weren't there. There was no platform. Where times have changed. I'm a huge fan of the
57.
CDC, and I enjoy watching it. They've thrown a lot of money at the production, and again, it's just given the players a
134.
platform. And on the back of that platform, of course, you've got things like this to
98.
play, and never
Yellow
mind
require 52.
the sort of WDF or PDC opportunities.
Game shot on the third leg,
Much
Jelle
better there
Klaasen.
from Jelle Klaasen. Mucked around a little bit on his doubles, but this time it was a clean kill, 52, and the Cobra leads 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Danny to throw first. Game on.
It'd be interesting to look at the analytics from last week with
99.
Leonard Gates' inclusion and how that works out in terms of looking at his name
60.
and the effect that has in that part of the world. The thought in America the timings are quite
57.
nice for them, aren't they?
Yeah, that, especially East Coast as well. It's not too bad.
100.
The way those first two were sat, there was never a doubt that that third one was going to join it. Our first max of week 3
99.
goes to Jelle Klaasen here in leg number 4.
He had a 177, of course, in leg 2, which was that break back.
139.
180, followed by 139. That's a great response.
125. Yellow require 122.
18's first for the Cobra. Can't finish it, so
61.
Lauby,
Then you require 121.
one treble for a dart of the ball.
Oh, I don't like that way.
Not when your opponent's on a finish. I get it when they're not.
81.
However, you
Yellow
have to
requires
give yourself
61.
every opportunity. Board management, and that was poor.
Yeah, you need 2 clear. Give yourself
Game
2
shot on the
clear
fourth
darts
leg,
at
Jelle
trebles.
Klaasen.
And that's the best leg of the match so far. A 14 dart break, giving Jelle a 3-1 lead.
Yeah,
Fifth
and
leg is Yellow to throw
Danny's
first.
there at the back of the
Game on.
stage. I think he might be regretting his board choices there.
134.
Well, it's hard to scope a player's form. We've got reams of data going into it, but really for the majority of these
57.
players, it's what's happened at Q School or what's happened in the associate member
74.
qualifiers. And of course, Jelle Klaasen has qualified for one of the Euro Tours,
100.
winning a regional qualifier.
Yeah. And then you touch on Q School that Danny Lauby was one of the hot favourites to get a
81.
card, but where there's no seeding or structure to the Q School draw, he ran into a few. Two of his 4 went on to get
Yellow
cards.
require
Well,
112.
you know, I'm always coming up with ideas. I'm not going to have time, am I? I'm not going to have time. Maybe
Not
we'll
with
do
these
it
two
in
throwing.
we'll do it in match 2, double 16 to wrap things up.
80.
Oof. Very,
First.
very close. I mean, he's averaging just shy of 90 here, Jelle.
First match start has come and gone. However, the
140.
Cobra
Yellow
coming
require
back
32.
to seal the opening game. How much of that can he see? Help or hindrance?
No score.
To say he had to
Danny
move across
requires
Mace. I'm not sure
76.
what he could see of that.
Not very much. A let off, but can he capitalise? Double 8.
Game
Oh,
shot of the fifth
what a
leg.
great
Danny
pressure.
Lauby.
A finish under pressure from Lauby. What's he had? 4 match starts there for Jelle.
Yeah, and they can hurt as well.
Sixth leg is Danny to throw first. Game on.
It is a 15 dart break. But yeah, I think this whole Q School thing needs a bit of a restructure. I think
25.
we already have a system in place, the Challenge Tour, which is the tier below. If there's
140.
27 spots or tour cards available, because there's 27 who have lost them, it's the top 27 in the Challenge Tour Order of Merit.
140.
And they've got a year to prove themselves. It shows commitment to the tour. I think
57.
that's the safest way of doing it. I know people are going to go about the money, but increase the money on the Challenge Tour,
58. Then you require
increase maybe the entry
124.
cost, and that will cover the losses from Q School.
Yeah, and
44.
judging any player over a season is much better than 4 days.
Of course it is. Anything can happen in 4 days. There's no seeding. Anything can happen.
57. Then you require 80.
Danny Lauby looking at 80 to send us
What happens
all
if
the
you've
way.
got an injury?
Yeah,
Game
100%.
shot of the sixth
What
leg.
if
Danny
what if you're
Lauby.
sick those 4 days? You know, it's back-to-back 15s for Danny.
Yeah, and the more impressive thing, Mace, is we'd seen him muck around on the doubles, but that 80
Seventh
was
and final leg is
clinical.
Yellow
Yeah.
to throw first. Game on.
Well, the last 2 finishes have been at 52 and then the 80.
100.
Yeah, I think it's something they need to look at. I just Q School for me is still remains very much a bit of a lottery.
Completely.
77.
We said this one would be quick, and we're into the deciding leg. And the blink of an eye.
95.
Jelle, take that. Ton followed by 95.
98.
He's constantly asking Lauby the question.
Yeah, when you have the darts in these deciding legs, every treble is like a little nugget of gold.
56.
Yeah, tons turn into 140s, don't they?
You're forcing your opponent to hit 2 trebles.
140.
Which he's just done. Danny, our debutant referee from Mayo.
96.
Sounds lovely, doesn't he?
Love the Irish accent.
Just love the Irish.
92.
Just don't like the hours they keep.
154.
Speaking of which, Premier League rocks into the Emerald Isle this week. However, he needs another one. That's unlucky. Danny Lauby coming back 94
95.
to win it.
Then
Do you
he
go the
required
ball
94.
or do you go aggressive?
Ball. 19. Great guide. Chase the treble. Just
36. Jelle
Wow.
require 59.
Again, board management, it's so important. But Jelle Klaasen has his chance. Another 2-match darts incoming.
Game
And
shot.
this time,
And
the
match,
Cobra
Jelle
gets the
Klaasen.
job done. Jelle Klaasen missed darts for a 4-1 victory. However, he gets over the line 4-3 in this one. Tidy enough performance, averaging 83.84. Lauby the slightly higher average at 86.79. But it is Jelle Klaasen who bags the point. And we'll be back after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. And what an interesting first game we saw there. Jelle Klaasen getting the better of Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 3. Klaasen racing into a 3-1 lead before Danny Lauby tried to mount the comeback, but it was the Cobra who secured the first 2 points in Group A. So he is off to a winning start. Now, our second game sees Moreno Blom in action. We saw him here before, back in September. He takes on Jelle Klaasen, who's been seemingly ever-present here at the MODUS Super Series. So much so that we're going to have a look at some of his all-time stats, and some of the numbers really do jump off the page. So this is what we have seen from him so far at the MODUS Super Series. He's won 179 matches, so if he wins this one, he's on to 180 wins in the competition. He's hit 354 total 180s, but he's never had a big fish in all of his time here in this competition. A highest winning average of 109.45, checkout ratio of 1 in 3, and an overall average of just under 88. So impressive stuff there from the king of the cast. So as I say, he takes on Moreno Blom. It's the second appearance for him here in this competition. He was here back in September. He made the Saturday night final, and he's been doing some really good stuff out in Europe on the WDF Tour. So this is going to be quick, this is going to be good, and this could be a glimpse into the darting future in the company of Chris Mason and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back, everyone. Mates, we were just looking at those stats. Jelle Klaasen averaging 88 over 300 games. That's impressive.
Yeah, it's over 29 per dart. Well, not that long ago, that was sort of England international level. That's impressive over that distance to maintain that level.
Yeah, the king of the castle.
He's a prestigious talent, as we know, but he's got to find that next level now.
Yeah, there's only so long you can go on as a prospect, and we've talking about it for 2 or 3 years, and I still go back to when he lost to Aaron Beanie in the final at Q School. I know we keep going back to Q School, but I think that took some getting over because he was the huge favourite in that game and missed multiple darts to win his card.
Yeah, and I think for some players, when we first started the then Live League, now Super Series, it was for him. It really benefited him massively. He was playing a lot of darts and playing at a really high level, and then he sort of dipped, and now he's got to go again.
100.
I expect him to win this one. He is favourite, 4-7. Blom is 5-4. They have met before in official competition
47.
in the Dev Tour back in February of 2022, and Jared won that one 4-1 too long ago,
60.
of course, but looking at their recent form coming into it, Blom, although capable of big averages, has more
59.
under 80 than over it, and that's something that you have to address, especially when you're chasing
58.
tour cards and going up another level.
Yeah, like you say, though, fundamentally, just looking at Moreno Blom, I like the action. There's a lot to like.
Not a lot not to like. How about that?
Yeah, and interestingly, Chris, I was speaking to Jared this morning because
96.
he was one of the first in with us, and he's changed his darts recently. And I was asking him why and whatever, and he said that with his old darts, it became
85.
too easy to throw them, and he was getting lazy with his throw. And then under pressure, because it was lazy,
95.
he was spraying them. Where these,
Garage require
he has to
130.
fully focus on every dart to throw them properly.
That's what's the majority behind
90.
Peter Wright.
Moreno, you require
That's why
92.
he changes, keeps him fresh, keeps him switched on, keeps him keen. That's a great dart.
68.
Just misses the
Garage
24
require 40.
for a bit of a steal in the end. Don't expect Jared to miss this. Although the one thing about new darts,
30.
you can always score with them.
Moreno, you require 24.
Finishing with them is a different thing altogether.
Game shot of the
Under
first
pressure,
leg,
and I
Moreno
remember-
Blom.
At the very elite level, speaking to Michael Van Gerwen, when he was going through that process of changing darts, and he was openly said that on a practice board, I can throw anything.
Second leg is
and I
Jared
can
to throw
hit
first.
9
Game on.
darters and 180s for fun with anything, but it's trusting them under pressure.
Yeah. Yeah, it
58.
basically the feel you have in your hand when you're going through the scoring phase is totally different to that of going for a
96.
double. The urgency and the effort involved. You've just got to literally keep that soft grip and trust in yourself and your
45.
equipment that they're going to find the target. I say easier said than done.
60.
In terms of Q score for Jared Cole, lost to Andy Bolton, lost to Stephen Burton,
134.
lost to Graham Usher. There's a couple of players that ended up with tour cards. Lost to
80.
Scott Baker. No shame in that. Did have wins over Ryan Hogarth. And a win over Scott Mitchell in the last 16 of stage
85.
2. Yeah, all in all, a little bit of a
58.
disappointment for him. Q score so far.
He said that was the turning point, that he knew something was wrong at Q School. Then he went back to the drawing board with the equipment
99.
and getting it right and making sure his throw was fundamentally back to how it should be. In the build-up to this one, we were looking at the stats and the numbers.
Jared require 80.
Got to a Players' Championship quarter-final in 2018 as a top-up.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, the ability
30.
is not up for debate.
Moreno, you require 114.
Sometimes the mental application can be questioned.
86.
And again, picks off that
Jared, you
double
require
16.
50.
This time to leave 28. This has got to go for Jared. Oh, the head will drop.
34.
That last dart's
Moreno
wild
requires
as well.
28.
It's too quick, isn't it?
And chasing around the board.
14.
Moreno Blom can't punish, so
Jared
Jared Cole
16.
is coming back for a second chance he probably shouldn't be having right now.
I don't think he gets back enough, far enough in the throw on dart 3 sometimes. I think he's just thrown, not necessarily in terms
12.
of, again, you can see how quick
Moreno require 14.
the dart from darts 2 and 3 was.
Game shot on the second leg, Moreno Blom.
Again, that's something that can be worked on. More missed darts at doubles for Jared Cole. He missed 3 in leg 1. Sorry, 4 in leg 1, wasn't it? He's missed,
Third leg is Moreno to throw
missed
first.
another 4 there.
Yeah, 0 from 8 right now, King of the Castle. He's going to have to find something here,
96.
because we saw back in September last year, Moreno Blom, one of those players that once he gets in front, he's hard to pin back. Remember, he didn't have the best of Group
45.
A's, but then came through Group C to make the Saturday night.
58.
Thing is, there's literally hundreds of these younger Dutch fellas out there, isn't there? All capable of playing
99.
at a certain level.
Yeah, and they all like to get on with it as well, that's for sure.
What did you think
43.
about young Owen Bates?
Thought he was a breath of fresh air. I liked his attitude, I liked his demeanour, that when his opponent was throwing, he was calm and collected. However,
80.
when he did something good or on his throw, he wasn't as scared to give it the big licks.
Never seemed to panic.
81.
No, and look, that final was one of the best we'd seen on that stage. But
Yep.
the both of them, Gates and Bates, sounds like a right cheesy boy band, but they served up a treat on Saturday night, and it was a shame they had to be a loser.
100.
He then went to the Pro Tour and narrowly lost to Christoph Ratajski.
It was only 6-4, wasn't it?
6-4, and he had chances to be
59.
fair to him. And look, here to Barnsley, he's not the easiest drive, so he's not had a lot of sleep and on a massive
it's
high.
a good 5-hour drive, isn't it?
Oh, easily.
So by the time he finished doing some
137.
media
Moreno
stuff
require
here and
164.
thanking his friends, because he had a fair few travel up from Devon,
64.
he may have got out of
Jared
here at what,
require 40.
11:30. So if you say he got to Barnsley at 6, yeah, it's not the ideal preparation.
No, and he didn't.
But when you're that age, you just don't want to miss those opportunities.
No, and
35.
look,
Moreno
he was
require
offered the Saturday
100.
as well, but he's like, no, I've committed to here. And he part of him was gutted because obviously he wants to play on the
52.
Pro Tour, but he stuck to
Jared
his guns.
require
And
5.
look, he's £5 better off and a place in Champions Week.
Yeah, and who says he doesn't walk away with the 20 bags?
What a springboard that is for anyone.
Game shot on the third leg,
And
Jared
Jared Cole
Cole.
is now on the board. He's carving out chances, Mace, but this time he's taken one.
Yeah, but the worry 1 from 12 on the doubles.
Fourth leg is Jared to throw first. Game on.
But ultimately, he's got to break back and an opportunity here to hold and level things up. Following this one,
140.
a match I've been personally looking forward to. Know both the young men fairly well.
59.
Jack Main against Dom Taylor. And that will make up our final 2 of the 6 players in this Group A. If you're joining us for the first time, Group A is
96.
played over Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday with 6 players. The winner goes straight through to Saturday night's final.
100.
Positions 2 and 3 go into Group B, which is Thursday and Friday night, where they'll be joined by 3 other players, which is a field of 5 with the top 3 going through.
58.
And 4, 5 and 6 are back for Thursday and Friday morning, where they're joined by a further 3 people, and only the top 2 qualify
100.
from that, thus making us a 6-player field for Saturday night's final. The winner taking away $5 grand and a place in Champions Week, where we've already seen
43.
Conan Whitehead, of course, win Season 1.
96. Jared, you require 164.
Yeah, Season 1 was won by Conan Whitehead. Season 2, what a fabulous, fabulous week of darts that was.
44. Moreno require 146.
On this grand old stage, we're going to call it now. It's hosted
57.
some super
Jared,
super
you
ones,
require
but Raymond Smith, the
120.
guru, came over.
And fair play, the commitment, you know, to come all the way back over and then compete so well.
100.
I don't think there was
Moreno
anybody
require
that
89.
would have wanted to deny him that victory.
Game shot of
40,000
fourth
Aussie
leg,
dollars,
Moreno
that, you
Blom.
know.
Yeah, but that is very, very good from Moreno Blom. Again, Jared Cole missed another dart at tops, and Blom steps
Fifth
in,
leg is
takes
Moreno
out the
to throw first.
89
Game
for a
on.
17 dart break, and now is in complete control as he throws for the match.
81.
Yeah, both players averaging 73 and change. But Jared Cole's
91.
73.88 is with 12 missed darts at a double, just 1 from 13.
190.
That will hurt.
Yeah, now the king of the castle
42.
has an uphill task here. It was already difficult, but now it's like climbing Everest. The 180 from
Well,
Blom.
neither of us liked him at 4-1, did we?
60.
No.
The favourite to win the week. I just don't think he's in that kind of form. And again, I just think he gets too down on himself.
119.
Yeah, he's a thinker, isn't he?
Yeah, overthinks.
100.
And he's a bit of a speed merchant, so he should be able to just get on with it.
Needs another one to apply pressure.
99.
Left to
Moreno
finish,
require
but
80.
I don't think it's enough.
Big ask. Might not even get a go.
Game,
And doesn't
shot,
get a
and
go
match, Moreno
as
Blom.
Moreno Blom finds the double 10. 4 out of 9 on the doubles there for Moreno. 44.4%, the highest finish of 89. The 180 and ended up with an average 78.41, 75.68. But the problem for Jared Cole there, those doubles, one or lack of them, 1 from 13, just 7.69%. When we come back, it will be Jack Main against Dom Taylor.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Moreno Blom has got the better of Jared Cole by 4 legs to 1 in our second encounter of the day. Moreno doing so over 78 average for round 9 on the doubles, but for Jared Cole, 12 missed darts at the double in his opening game. Work to do for him there. Well, we're about to round off our first round of fixtures here at the Live Lounge, and it sees Jack Main on debut in this competition in action. He takes on Dom Taylor in our third clash of the day. It's sure to be a match that's going to hit the heights, so let's head over to Chris Mason and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back everyone to the MODUS Super Series. And here we are for match number 3. It's a debut for Jack Main, a debut of sorts for Dom Taylor. First time he is in the Portsmouth venue, of course, played in the Shoebox in Southampton.
That's brilliant. Shoebox in Southampton. It was small, wasn't it?
When you look now to what we've got, back then it was perfect and brilliant for what we were trying to achieve. But now you look at what we've got here and how small that was.
Well, I love seeing players on who, not necessarily on debut, although Jack is on debut, but the players coming in here for the very first time and, you know, walking in and seeing the setup, looking at the players area, the practice area, and just looking at their eyes light up, because this is just perfect for them at this stage, whichever stage they are at of their careers. It's an ideal environment to try and recapture form or evolve as a player.
Yeah, and it's not just the debut songs here and things like that. For those that haven't yet, the Play the Pro app available in the Apple Store.
Game on.
Michael came here to film, and even he was like, I like this.
Who's behind that Player Pro app? Who developed that?
I don't know. Windmauer obviously heavily behind it all.
Have you had a go on it, mate?
Yeah.
Is it good?
Yeah, I like it. They've done a really good job with it.
Yeah, I've never really
100.
used any of the things. I actually know of a lot of pros who use them type of apps to practice against, because there's obviously ultimately different levels from
119.
0 to 10.
Yeah, and that's the thing, the fact that you're playing the pros, but there are handicap levels, so you're not just going to go and get absolutely battered by Michael Van Gogh and Fallon Sherrock, Simon Whitlock, or anyone 43. Like that. You can set it to the level.
But like me,
They have
a Chris Mason 81 average level on there. Nice.
134.
Already, Jack Main, who, although relatively new to the sport, despite having a tour card the last couple of years, a lot of experience playing 2 years solid on that pro tour.
Yeah.
I think he may have got his card a bit early for me.
Yeah, I do. And the year he got his card, it wasn't really fancied either, because the year before he didn't really do a lot on the Challenge or Dev Tour.
Because he comes from a football background, of course, was tipped up to be a pro footballer, but like so many young men who have aspirations of being pro footballers, one small injury, or what appears to be a small injury, is career ending, and that was the case with Jack Main, unfortunately. He had a massive knee injury, didn't he?
Yeah. But yeah, sometimes you can win that card too early because you haven't done your apprenticeship.
No. And again, which is why I personally believe if having a tour card was based on
25.
either retaining one, then the next level should come through Challenge Tour, and you've had a year to prepare.
Game shot of the first leg, Jack Main.
Well, that was very tidy from Jack. A 17 dart hold. Fuss free.
Yeah, that'll settle him down here as well. Just that first leg on the board in the Super Series.
Game on.
Of course, Dom Taylor here representing the ADC, which is going from strength to strength at the moment.
Yeah, from the
59.
West Country. Here's Dom. The tower. He is a big lad. He'll have no problem reaching the board,
57.
that's for sure.
Yeah, it's quite funny that obviously our cameramen have to set up and get everyone framed up. And
imagine if he was playing Darren Webster.
60.
Quite first time I've seen Dom up close. I know he played at our last one, but just looking at his setup, the kite flight, it's not something you see too much of
38.
these days.
Not from the taller players either.
No, like, obviously Johnny Clayton's probably the best user of a kite flight at the moment, but again, he's on the shortish side and just kind of almost just throws up at a parallel level.
Yeah, well, they'll go through the air a lot quicker and a lot more
59.
direct. I suppose it's just what suits you, isn't it? There's no right or wrong, is there, in terms of
134.
darts equipment? Hence why there's such a variety out there.
You look at some setups and you think that should never work, and it does.
Well, I was actually sat with Gary Plummer, the owner of Target, and
96.
we actually sat there to watch Phil's second game, and I was just watching them, and those darts just have no balance whatsoever through the air. They're just
63.
for one, the flight is so small. There's just no stability whatsoever in as they go through the air.
He's had the scissors out again, isn't he?
Yeah. we had a great conversation about
91.
that. About that he would spend a fortune on getting the machine to make the press or whatever it is to make them. He said, and he'll develop this set with Phil and then catch him in the corner cutting them up.
140. Tom, you require 136.
Back in the day, that must have been so funny, the practice room. Everyone else is getting ready and Phil's just with his scissors out, cutting up flights.
But there was the massive thing something that you don't really think about with the variation now on points. I know there's a new rule coming
56.
in regarding
Jack requires 69.
not necessarily the length of points, but the nature,
Roughness of
so they don't damage the boards. And of course, a lot of players now choose to use a longer point, but that will, of course, affect the centre of gravity of the dart. And if the stem and flight is not
45.
adjusted accordingly,
Tom, you require 80.
the balance of the dart is massively affected.
Yeah, it just changes that balance point.
Yeah. And of course, that balance point in flight will mean the dart will weep or wibble.
60.
Ooh, clips the bottom wire.
Jack, you require
Chance
24.
for 2-0 for Jack,
Yeah, big moments here.
even this early.
Chasing across the board to sixes. Can he just bump off that, or is it a little bit too far out?
18.
The over adjustment, so Dom
Dom
Taylor
requires
will be back
20.
to level up.
Only marginally. So, for a level game. Again. You hear how close they are.
Yeah, the click off the wire. Can he just bump it?
No score.
Bumps the wrong side.
Jack, you require 6.
Straight for it, or is he splitting? The eye line. Going straight for it, but that's a horrible dart. And you can
Got to
see
go for the split, haven't you, there?
the way that's kicked up, he can't see any of that. Yeah, and that says it all there. The fact he's had to switch.
2.
I like that.
Tom,
Good
you
board
require
management.
20.
Take your medicine when things don't work out. Go for the split.
Game shot of the second leg, Tom Taylor.
Dom Taylor levels it up, pins the double 5. There's been a lot of good things in this game, but the pair just need to tidy up. 1 from 7 and 1 from 6.
Third leg
That's
is
been
Jack
the
to go
Achilles heel,
first.
Mace.
Game on.
Yeah, and it's all about the mentality. I mean, I suppose I was just as bad when I was their age.
100.
You want to hit big averages and look good doing it, but ultimately in this format, it's about mind management as well, and just sitting tight sometimes and
140.
riding out the crests of waves, as well as the moments where you feel like you're in a hole.
57.
Just ride them out. Got 15 matches to prove yourself over the course of 3 days.
Doesn't all need to be done in the first 2 or 3.
Absolutely not.
83.
You can't lose or win Group A on day 1. Put yourself in a whole world of trouble.
140.
But we've seen, though, over the time here that players that have a disappointing Group A, it's not the end of the world. But remember, Graham Usher on Champions Week losing. I think he finished bottom of
94.
Group A, and everyone was like, "Oh, Graham's done." No, 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 no. Comes back and storms through Group C.
Yeah.
85.
I know myself had a disappointing day one, and you just sort of ease yourself in.
Yeah, looking at the
100.
talent available
Jack,
in this
require
group, I don't think anyone's going to
119.
run away with it. So
No.
on Monday, if you've got yourself anywhere between 4 and 6 points, you've had a good day and you're in the mix, you're in contention.
59.
Yeah, I think
Tommy require 84.
I sort of looked at it and thought, well, let's try and get 9 from 15. Win sort of 3 every day. Anything else is a bonus.
59.
Clips the ball wire.
Jackie requires 60.
Break chance has come and gone. Can Jack Main hold? I'm going to touch on something in a minute, Mace, after this, whether he hits or not, because we saw it again on the Pro Tour yesterday.
Game on the third
It's a
leg.
great adjustment there from
Jack
Jack Main. Had to step across because the setup dart was blocking the tops, but he steps across and found it. Jack Main leads. I'm going to go back to Daryl Gurney, who was on the stream.
to throw first.
We
Game
saw
on.
the flatty again.
Yep.
And again, it worked. The flat one, and then it popped in. I can't remember who was playing off the top of my head, but he was. You could see him asking about it. And
100.
he was literally showing him that I just move my grip along.
Yeah, he just goes. He goes to the back of the dart, which means upon release it lands
140.
almost flat or just below horizontal. And it's a sensible move. When I used to practice with Andy Hamilton up in Stoke back in the day, he could throw a
78.
small 20. I mean, he wouldn't do it in a match, but when we were practicing, he used to do it. And I have seen him actually do it in a match, but that's a bit too brave. But yeah, if you've got that ability, and it's something
90.
that he sort of looked at, and because his darts sit up so many times, and he loves tops, he just couldn't get a clean dart. So yeah, he's found a way. I like it.
Yeah, pre-pandemic, we were at an exhibition.
100.
Joe Cullen was looking at the flatty as well, but he couldn't change because Joe's throw is so unique. He couldn't change it. But instead of using a standard flight, he changed to a kite flight
140.
to get the flatty.
No.
I've never seen him do it in a game, but in the practice room, they were talking about that exact thing, that he had a dart set up, one dart
Yeah,
with a kite flight.
that ability to throw a flat dart is a combination of technique
100.
and dart
require
setup. I mean,
131.
pretty much anything you put in Taylor's hands, they land the same way. When you look back at his original darts, which were
The knit needle.
well, with Eric Bristow's with a normal flight in, they still landed not to the extreme where they are below horizontal to the ground, but they were certainly flat.
110. Dom require
But when you used to stand behind
123.
Taylor, he did a trouble 20. It looked like they wanted to dart in there because there was nothing masking the target.
Camouflaged into the
Yeah.
board.
That's what it was like.
There's a huge chance here
55.
for Jack Main.
Jackie require 21.
21 to break and go 3-1 in front. And this will settle him.
Just double checking himself there. Should be 588.
I think he miscounted the previous visit.
Yeah, he must have done. To leave 21.
Game shot of the fourth
That
leg.
tied us up.
Jack Main.
Well, it's 2 17 darters, and that was a 15 dart breaker throw, giving Jack Main control of the match. He was 4-5 in this one, 10-11. Dom Taylor. I thought that was
This leg is Jack to throw
a
first.
bit big, although I
Game
thought
on.
Jared was a little bit big at 4-7 in the last one. And how wrong could we have been?
More importantly, though, Mace, the last 2 legs, it's the finishing. It's been crisp and it's
Yeah.
been clean.
43.
He was 1 from 7. He's now 3 from 10.
Almost see Jack lacks a little bit of belief and confidence
16.
in himself. That's why I think this could be a perfect environment to give him a bit of a platform and a springboard to really kick on.
135.
not only this week, but for the rest of the year. There's still lots of opportunities with Challenge Tour, with the ADC, here, of course, on the WDF, if you choose, if you can understand the
60.
ranking system.
Good luck with that one.
Yeah. So they're now playing for next December, aren't
96.
This coming December.
they? No, that's done, isn't it?
This is what I mean. No one actually knows, do they?
I thought that was done. As far as I'm aware, answers on a postcard.
100.
And Jack Main. That's a great second dart.
140.
Not a bad third one.
You can see he's grown into this game. There's a little bit of a
Well,
swagger now.
that's what I think. I think this is a great platform and opportunity for him to really blossom this week.
59. Jack, you require
Not made
87.
too many TV tournaments the last couple of years, so a great opportunity to see the talent of him. As I said to Henry, this is a fella that hit 2 9-darters on the same weekend on the Pro Tour.
Yeah.
You don't do that if you can't play.
Yeah, just looking at it, I'm surprised about his board management there. On the 87, he didn't need to go 20
63.
and the ball when he's ended up missing the big number. Tidied it up very well, but he almost caused himself a little bit of an issue there.
Yeah, this is, you're not going for the ball. Well, maybe he would have gone for the ball, but again, that would be the wrong move either way. It's
140.
treble 10 or treble
Jack, you
18,
require
isn't it?
24.
However, he's coming back, 3 darts in hand to win it at double 12. First one's high, over adjusts.
18.
3 match darts have come and gone, Mace.
Tom, you require
Yeah, the third dart
82.
wasn't badly thrown. The first 2 were trying to win too hard. 17 and tops for Dom to keep this one alive.
62. Jack, you require
Just
6.
underneath the bottom wire. We've seen this 6 cause problems in this match. Can he see it, or is he?
That's the problem, isn't it? It's a blocker.
No score.
Look, he's got a better view than we have, but
Tom, you require 20.
I'm not sure that was
Just
the
by
right
the way
play.
the dart fell out, you could see.
He's trying to force it through.
Yeah. There was no room at the end. Is there room in double 10 for Dom Taylor?
Game shot of the 5th leg, Tom Taylor.
Yes, there is. This match continues. 6 match darts have gone by the wayside for Jack Main. Dom Taylor is back in this one and now has
5th
the
leg is
darts
Dom to throw first.
for 3 apiece.
Game on.
Well, now the doubt creeps in with Jack Main. How things have
60.
gone for him in recent weeks and months. Could become a little bit of a problem.
134.
Super shot on the cover.
Yeah, I know we speak about it an awful lot, but board management is so critical these days.
100.
That's why, I mean, if possible, you want to stay away from double 12 at all costs, don't you? It's just the breakdown is just so unkind. And again,
60.
if he's not gone for the 20 for the ball on the 87, and you know, at 87, you whatever double you want, you can leave.
Yeah,
97.
And he'd already experienced problems on the double 3 in this match. So you think, right, I want to avoid that at all costs. Make the game simpler, not more difficult.
180.
it's never a bad time for,
Oh, no.
for a max. However, sometimes timing is impeccable in
100.
this sport.
Jack, you
And
require
that
127.
was brilliant from Jack Main.
Well, no, I don't mind him going for the ball if the opportunity arises. 112, stay there.
That was tricky. He had to stay
Tom, you
there,
require
but
144.
not a lot of target space.
Well, the fact that he had to stop, again, give himself too much thinking time. You're in a rhythm there. The treble 5 wasn't a million miles away. Oh, hello.
108.
So it should have been
Jackie
just
requires
2 continuous
77.
darts, very much like a max, but one in the treble 5.
Yeah, 77. Oh, he's missed the big number. Now he's chasing round, has to find a treble.
Maybe his counting isn't the best.
Oh, that's 2 big numbers missed.
52.
Nothing wrong with that, but is it too little, too late?
Check score 53. Tommy required 36.
Send us all the way. That has to be a good marker. He's got 2 there. Can he just bump him off the inside?
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Didn't need
Tom
to,
Taylor.
Mace. That's clinical.
Well, there's your answer.
Yeah, but interesting as well. That even after the leg before, where he had all kinds of problems on the 12s, 6s, and 3s, he left double 12 again.
Game on.
Yeah, not really anything he could. Not a lot of alternatives off 63.
100.
27 for 30 is treble 9 for a double 18, I suppose, but that's just as bad with the 18 and 9 breakdown.
60.
Now it's a war of who wants it the most in the last leg, the deciding leg.
Yeah, who can hold it all together?
100.
Another thing we were talking about this morning, that incredible run from MVG. What was it? 24 consecutive last leg victories.
It was just insane, wasn't it?
60.
And to be fair, it got to the point where he had no right to win some of them, but he was in their heads before even a dart had been thrown.
Shows you how important belief is.
97.
Fake it until you make it, mate.
Jack Main will be delighted with the 3 visits he's had, travelling every one of them.
Yep. 204 after 9 in a decider. You'll take.
$43.
And again, you could almost see the forceful dart, and it doesn't need to. You hit that treble like he did on that treble 5. It's the same weight of dart. It's just a small adjustment, but he was trying to
60.
crush the 2 trebles in.
161.
Although this is a showpiece, it doesn't need to go. It won't go, so let's
Should
just
be
set it
ball
up.
here.
99.
Not a fan of that.
No. Now needs a treble to get 2 at a double. Had he gone for the ball, either the 25 or the ball would have left a 2 dart opportunity.
140.
And that
Checker
62 is
requires
now under some
62.
pressure from the 140 from Dom Taylor.
Game shot and the match.
However,
checkmate.
Pressure. What pressure? Jack Main says the 62 is clean from Main. He missed 6 match starts earlier on, but he does get over the line in a 4-3 victory to win on debut here at the MODUS Super Series. 82.69, 1 maximum for Jack Main, 4 from 17 in the end, 23%. He'll need to improve that going forward. But up next, we've got one to look forward to. It is Danny Lauby against Moreno Blom.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jack Main has got his campaign in this competition off to a perfect start, winning a last leg decider against Dom Taylor by 4 legs to 3. Doing so with an average of 82.5, with 4 out of 17 on the doubles. It was a game that was played by missed opportunities on the outer ring. But Jack Main won't care because he's got his Super Series campaign off to a winning start. That's the end of the first round of fixtures then. We're going to begin round 2 now, and it's going to see the return of Danny Lauby and Moreno Blom to proceedings. Now, Lauby lost out in the last leg decider in his opener to Jelle Klaasen, averaging just under 87. Meanwhile, for Moreno Blom, he beat Jared Cole by 4 legs to 1 in his opener, so he's looking to become the first player onto 4 points. Lauby looking to get on the board. Let's get into this one then. In the commentary box, it's Chris Mason and Phil Bass.
Thank you very much, Henry, and welcome back, everyone, as we enter the second round of fixtures here on this Monday morning. Danny Lauby against Moreno Blom. Again, the pair like to get on with it. Not something you see very often, Chris. We've got lefty versus lefty.
Yeah, it's like southpaw versus southpaw, isn't it? You don't see it very often. Danny, the 8-13 favourite, a very live favourite for this one, 6-5. Moreno Blom. Just looking at some of Danny Lauby's stats. He's
game on.
Actually playing his 69th Super Series match. Over that course, an average of 86.
That's very tidy.
Yeah, solid, isn't it?
96.
Best leg is an 11, his highest average, 96.62.
100.
24 180s.
Remember,
he's won
45.
37
140.
from 68.
Remember a couple of times we were playing at Southampton and I was directing a couple of times
56.
when
Danny
he
required
was playing, and I swear the third dart had left his hand before the second dart had hit the board.
100.
Yeah, he is a rapid Ricky Evans quick, isn't he?
I think he's quicker than Ricky Evans.
96.
In full flow,
Danny
I think he's quicker.
61. 57.
Another player in some great form, but getting absolutely no results. And it was someone I spoke of in exactly the same vein throughout the whole of last year. We had many conversation about it as Danny Lauby holds in, what was that, 17?
17.
And that was Kim Ibretts. He was playing some wonderful darts throughout
Second leg is Moreno to throw first.
2022 and kept getting beat 6-5, 6-4, 6-5. Well,
60.
he has picked up his first title in nearly 8 years on Saturday.
Mad, isn't it?
Fair play to him. He has been playing some good stuff. And how many times did I say to you, Kim Ibretts is going to win one, Kim Ibretts is going to win one?
You can't keep playing well and losing. It's the same as Gary Anderson. Gary Anderson lost opening round both days, but you can't keep averaging 98 and losing.
60.
No, it's not going to happen. Great to see Dirk pick up a title. Ryan Searle, I thought, was on course to pick up his second of the season, but seemed to just run out of steam, didn't he? Didn't like that there was anything left.
Got over-geniused.
Yeah. He played some lovely stuff yesterday, Dirk.
60.
Again, it's another one you look at, and it's a lesson to anyone, whether it's in the PDC or here in the Super Series, that go back four and a bit years, and I mean this with the greatest of respect, Dirk couldn't win a game.
54.
No.
He looked like cannon fodder. Then,
yeah, it's a real turnaround.
And then just one result here, some confidence, and now look at the beast we've got.
Yeah. Yeah, he is. Did he hit 35 180s yesterday?
Just a huge 180 hitter. As Danny Lauby
Game shot of the second
doubles his advantage, and it is an early breaker throw. 2-0 to the American as the average goes over 90 for the first time, and you just think Moreno Blom is going to have his work cut out here to get near Danny Lauby in this mood.
The thing is, when you hit a lot of 180s, you just it creates so many opportunities, doesn't it? You don't necessarily have to be the best finisher in the world, because you're going to get give yourself multiple chances, and not only to hold
100.
with relative ease, but you're going to constantly be pressurizing the opponent's throw as well.
100.
One thing I like in this game so far is Lauby's first dart is above or in the treble. It's not
134.
below.
Yeah.
133.
Needs the big fish.
They've just shown the angle there. Oh, great production team. I love that
45.
angle where we can
Danny
actually
require
see how
170.
the
Steep.
darts are stood up or stacked to a degree. It's a fabulous shot. Oh, hello, the big fish.
145.
Oh,
Talking of stack attack, Robert Owen, he's another player that's been playing some really tidy stuff and not getting the results. Although had some,
Last 16 yesterday.
Yeah,
Good run from Robert.
yeah, he's a favourite here, of course, at the
135. Danny
Super
require
Series.
25.
almost felt like he was living here or at
Game shown
Southampton.
the third
Probably
leg,
felt
Danny
like it to
Lauby.
him. Well, 17 dart leg 1, 16 dart breaker throw leg 2, 15 dart leg 3 a hold, a 14 dart break
Fourth leg
incoming.
is Moreno to throw first.
And that
Game
all
on.
equates to nearly a 94 average from Lauby.
93.
Best performance of the day so far. A long way to go, of course. Match number 4 of 15.
44.
Danny Lauby in this mood as well could be a dark horse at the UK Open, not to go and win it, but cause damage in those
50.
early rounds.
Yeah, he qualified out of the Rileys, didn't he,
Yeah,
a couple of weeks ago?
one of the Manchester events he came through.
100.
Actually seen him down at the seniors. He was down there with a few pals, supporting his favourites down there.
43.
Yeah, it's almost as if he's kind of made the
100.
semi-permanent move, or understands that he has to be in the UK for maybe 2 or 3 months at a time because of the way the blocks work.
190.
Well, the thing is, it's just the type of practice he will be getting as well, being based in the UK. There's always
81.
Super
Moreno
League
require
or
127.
singles leagues, and the standard there will just bring his game on wherever you are located around the
55.
UK.
Yeah, Moreno Blom, that wasn't the best setup.
136.
Danny Lauby's
Moreno
setup
requires
has
72.
heaped huge pressure on this 72. Gonna get a dart at top, but
52.
it doesn't go.
Danny
Match
requires
starts
40.
incoming, Mace, for Danny Lauby.
2 10s. Can he use it? Left-hander,
Game
you
shot
bet he
and
can
the
use
match,
it.
Danny Lauby.
And finished off, well, not with the 14 as I predicted, but it was an 18 dart breaker throw, and that's our first bagel of the day. An average of 91.09 for Danny Lauby, 4 140s, 40% on the doubles, 4 out of 10, an 80 average for Moreno Blom, and he had the only 180 of the contest. When we come back, Dom Taylor takes on Jelle Klaasen.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Got your breath back? Well, that was some performance from Danny Lauby. He beat Moreno Blom 4-0 in the space of 6 minutes and 3 seconds. Now, if you're going to talk about that comparatively speaking, that is as long as it takes for the average cup of tea in the UK to be made. He actually got the game done in a shorter time than it takes for the average Brit to take a shower. That was how quick that match was from Danny Lauby. It was fast, it was furious, it was effective. Well, next up for us is Dom Taylor up against Jelle Klaasen. This could be another quick one as well, so let's hand back to Chris and to Phil.
Very much, Henry, and welcome back, everyone. Just about got our breath back from that whirlwind of a performance from Danny Lauby. It really was blink and you miss it.
Never mind a cup of tea. Didn't have enough time to boil a kettle.
Yeah, mad, wasn't it?
That was super quick. Oh, can't split these two. 10 to 11, Dom Taylor. 4 to 5, Klaasen. I like Klaasen at 4 to 5 personally. They've all had a match now, of course, just to settle in. Now I expect to see them
It's Dom to throw first.
start to
Game on.
perform the level they're accustomed to.
Yeah, the first one's always the worst.
Yeah, just to shake off the nerves and
60.
just to absorb the environment and just get used to the lighting and get a feel for the throw.
120.
Clatters off the other dart. You could hear the metal on metal ping.
What you thought of the Premier League so far, mate?
60.
I don't like the format. I'm not.
You still not sold on it?
I think for the fan in the venue, I get it,
Yeah.
and it works
121.
because they get a winner every night, and we see them staying later to see who wins. So
Yeah.
that I fully get why it is. However, I think for the viewer watching at home,
Bit monotonous.
I think they're bored of it. Like
94.
it didn't happen because obviously Michael lost, but we could have had Dimitri versus Michael for the 3rd time in 3 weeks.
Yeah, and that's
56.
always going to be the problem. That's why my idea was brilliant, mate. Of a 12-player field, you've got 4 seeds based on world ranking in week 1.
And then
So you have your 8 prelim games. Your 4 winners play your top 4. After week 1,
60.
you've got a ranking system or an order of merit. Let's put it that way for the Premier League. That way you get 12 players in it. The chances
94.
of getting the same games appearing repetitively like it currently does would be a rarity. And we'd have a 12-player field. Which
well, that's the other issue. I think the standard is too good, and there's too many good players to contain it just to 8.
I mean, that's amazed me.
140.
Well, we had 3 different
require
winners in
110.
3 different weeks,
Yeah.
which has been a bit of a bonus.
Game shot in the first leg.
Clinical from Jelle
Klaasen.
Klaasen. And it is a breaker throw, ton top and finish for the Cobra as he takes out 110 to break the Dom Taylor throw. And we were just saying,
Second leg
as
is
we
Jelle
were
to throw
getting ready
first.
for this one, mate,
Game
so
on.
far every game has gone with throw today. However, this was the one we both looked at and went, this could break the
57.
chain.
Yeah. Yeah, certainly. The mould could get broke in this one. And it was a breaker throw in leg 1, a 15-darter.
22.
But yeah, going back to the Premier League, and I get it's a tough balance to get right because you've got to try and get it right for the fan that have bought tickets and the viewer at home.
Yeah.
Where
52.
I think perhaps last time it was more weighted for the viewer at home.
Yeah.
This one, it's more weighted for the viewer in the venue. I just think they need to try
Yeah,
and
I
find
mean,
something in the middle.
I went last year, and I'll be going again this year to
60.
Sheffield. And as from a fan's point of view, and sitting and watching it and seeing a winner, and I loved it. And people were now going about, how about your 12-player field? How would that work
58.
out? Basically, after 8 weeks, the bottom 4 drop out, and then you go back to your 8 for the remaining matches until Judgment Night, and it's played off to a winner. But yeah, as like I say, from going as a fan and sitting and watching it,
140.
thoroughly enjoyed it. Watching it week on week. I mean, I normally watch the opening night, and then I'll just sort of watch it on catch up. But yeah, I've watched the opening 3 weeks, which is unusual for me. Or maybe because I was in my hospital bed or my sick bed, I watched it. But yeah, it's one of those. I think it's, is there a right or wrong solution?
The interesting thing for me is
114.
Yeah, nice little Shanghai there. Not sure he meant it, but
Oh, he meant it.
yeah, going back to what I was saying, that it's almost as if certain players have had a mentality switch, because Dimitri has been a tough watch for the last 18 months. However, going into this Premier League, he's back to the old Dimitri that we saw at the Grand Slam when he hit the 9 darter against Stephen Bunting. As Jelle doubles his lead there to 2-0, but he's playing at a rapid pace again.
Well, I think I brought this up in one of our sit downs that we did. That if he doesn't change, he's just gonna exhaust himself. All that dramatic stuff is just too tiring, and it's just too taxing mentally and anything else.
190.
And it was stopping him from playing with freedom. And as we've seen so far this year, look how much better he's playing. There's more rhythm. There's more purpose. He looks at a different player completely, and he's just getting on with doing what he does best. Drop all that, looking up to the heavens and whatever else he was doing.
41.
And that the players were beginning to mock him for it as well, and they were noticing. So I'm glad he seems to be just focusing
94.
on what he should be focusing on, because he is, it's not up for debate, a wonderful player.
Completely agree.
A little bit fortunate to be included, in my opinion, but there you go.
Agreed.
140.
That debate will rage on into the year, that's for sure.
Well, how major winners can be left out in
140.
Danny Nopper.
140.
And if you look, and again, I know we have a 2-year ranking system, but if it's all about what they've done in the last 12 months, it contradicts himself, because if you look at it on a yearly ranking, they're ahead of those that were picked. It was bizarre. But again, like I said, people got to understand as well the commercial element to the Premier League and the World Series. Casuals tend to, or maybe don't understand how darts or the business of the sport
32.
or promotion works.
Dom Taylor to get a leg on the board.
Game
Settle him
the third
down.
leg, Dom Taylor.
14 dart holder throw. That'll do the confidence the world of good.
Well, this has been a proper game so far, hasn't it? Dom Taylor averaging 93.41, 96.34 for Klaasen.
Game on.
Had a couple of 180s, a ton plus finish.
59.
Doubling percentage good as well. Dom Taylor 50%. Jelle Klaasen 66.
$123.
Well, everybody had a match, and then we came out for our 4th cycle of games, and Danny Lauby produced, and
56.
now these two are. So it just shows you how important it is just to have that opening match settler.
Yeah, just calm everything down, get used to the surroundings, and then just concentrate on playing, which these two are doing to a high standard right now.
As soon as we say that, watch this drop off.
59.
We know what we're talking about. Drop the mic.
What's UK Open? He's not far away now.
Next weekend.
Has all the qualifiers been done? Or
Yeah, the last qualifiers were this weekend.
Yeah.
I haven't had a chance to have a decent look at them yet because of the Pro Tour yesterday, but the field is now complete.
100.
Charlotte keeps up to all that from me because it's always, of course, on the social medias, but she did tell me last night and I can't remember. I will have a look in a minute, see if I can find the, what was there, 8 riders?
99.
I think so, yeah.
Of course, we've got the top 8 from the
Challenge
Challenge
and
Tour
Dev Tour.
and Dev Tour. A field of
57.
106.
Dom, you require
160, I think it is.
138.
158, 160.
Yeah. Always enjoy the UK Open. It's got a
Absolute
real old,
carnage early on.
old feel to it, hasn't it? An old style tournament feel to it.
90.
Early course.
Yellow require 170.
Early doors is short course starts. Great opportunity for
105.
players outside of the elite.
Dom, you require 40.
Look over the years, the players that have had incredible. Robert, speaking of Robert Owen, he had a run to the semi-final, of course, didn't he?
Yeah.
Game shot
Dom
of the
Taylor
Dom Taylor.
His level again breaks back in 17. The tower is starting to show the promise and the darts we saw
Good
from
Vegas
him
Dom
on
to throw
the
first.
development tour a couple of
Game
years
on.
ago. Didn't have a great dev tour last year, but 2021 was that far from winning it.
Yeah, that's right.
100.
Also had a
137.
Prize money increase as well in the UK Open, isn't there?
Yeah, 110,000 ranking points for the winner.
Nice. Nice work if you can get it.
Not bad for a
60.
weekend's work, is it?
$138.
Looking for a treble 18 there, which would have left to finish.
Interestingly as well.
140.
My old pal Barneveld's in the world match play spot at the moment, isn't he?
Just outside.
Oh, is he just
He's
outside?
only a grand outside, so he's right in the mix.
Still a few tournaments to go.
And he's qualified for a couple of Euro tours as well, which the prize money's gone up on them.
Yeah, oh, of course, yeah, we've had a prize money increase.
177. Yellow require 107.
That's outstanding from Dom Taylor.
Stunning.
If he gets a go, he will get a go. And deserves one after that setup as well.
Dom, you require 24.
Great play. Just asked Jelle Klaasen the question. Oh, that's a great guide. Just needed to throw the dart, almost identical to that one.
Game shot of the fifth.
However,
leg, Dom
doesn't
Taylor.
panic. Other side of the board, a 15 dart hold. That's 3 on the spin. Klaasen won the opening 2 and looked like he was in absolute control. Players maintaining the averages around the mid-90s.
Proper contest, this one. Both of them slugging it out
57.
here at the Live Lounge at the Super Series.
Well, Dom Taylor is outdoing him in the 140s, but it's Klaasen outdoing him by a similar amount in the tons.
140.
So it's balancing itself out quite beautifully. That is a beautiful 140 to start the leg. Klaasen here
60.
in a world of trouble.
Just going back though, that 177 setup was just world class from Dom Taylor to leave double 12.
And if you looked at the scoreline prior to it, Klaasen would be
60.
thinking to himself, "Oh, I'd even take a ton here from you, and I'm still comfortable." He needs a 2 treble visit. It's not going to get a 2. Not going to get
57.
a 1 treble visit. Comes up dry. Only 57. So an opportunity for Dom Taylor here to take complete control.
And with those first 2 darts, it's more than an opportunity now.
Oh.
Jelle Klaasen is in a
112.
world of trouble because Dom Taylor has taken the darts here in leg 6.
140.
Wow. What a 140. And needed desperately.
But that treble from Taylor,
135.
he's at it again with the setup play, Mace.
Yeah, he's playing lovely.
Nothing Klaasen can do. Dom Taylor
130. Dom, you
looking
require
at 54. for his first victory here in Portsmouth. He's going to get 2 at tops.
Game shot.
And
and a
only
match,
needs
Dom
the
Taylor.
one. Dom Taylor trailed 2-0. 4 legs on the spin for the tower as he takes his first points here in Group A. Looking at the stats there, a proper game of darts. 95.77 for Taylor, 93.37 for Jelle Klaasen. 50% on the doubles for Taylor, 66 for Jelle Klaasen. Decent arrow slinging from both. We're going to get our breath back. 2 decent games we've had in a row. And then up next, we are going to see Jared Cole against Jack Main.
Well, we did give you a warning, didn't we, about the quality that we're going to see in Group A this week, and that is most certainly what we've seen in our previous encounter. Jelle Klaasen got into a 2-0 lead against Dom Taylor. Taylor raced 4 in a row to get the better of the Cobra by 4 legs to 2. This league table is even itself out. We'll find out more about that following the conclusion of this match, which is Jared Cole up against Jack Main. Main, who got the better of Taylor in the opening game by 4 legs to 3. Now, if Jared Cole gets victory here after 2 games, all the players will be on 2 points. That is how tight and congested it is in the early part of Monday morning's play here at the Super Series. So it's the final game of round 2. Let's get stuck into it in the company of Phil Bars and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. And, well, quite interesting. Myself and Barzy had a look at this. Jared Cole 8 to 15. Jack Main 11 to 8. And, well, Jack last time out had an average just shy of 83. Jared popped up and went down 4-1 quite miserably to Moreno Blom. So, not sure what you're thinking about this, but I think 11 to 8 is a little bit too big for Jack Main here.
I think it's a very generous offering, one they have potentially got wrong.
We're about to find out. I mean, I did fancy Klaasen in the last one at 4 to 5, and after the opening 2 legs, I was sat here like a peacock. But
Game on.
fair play to Dom Taylor, who won in legs of 14, 17, 15, and 14. to see that one out.
45.
Didn't he play well?
Played exceptionally well. Proper game of darts, that one. Obviously, Jared's had a little
13.
bit of a wait and maybe some time in the practice room just to address a couple of bits.
100.
Jack, of course, who won last time out against Dom Taylor 4-3.
96.
Did use the confidence of that victory going into this one. And as we know from Jared, sometimes his head can drop a little bit too early.
85.
Wouldn't make a particularly good poker player, that's for sure. No, and it's just looking at that last visit. The first two darts
99.
were brilliant. The one just above the treble, the adjustment into the treble, but then a pulled last one.
Well, when you watch his throw, you can see the backswing of the throw. It's pulled right back deep in to the backswing, and sometimes he just gets a little short. Well, there was a short backswing there from Jack Main.
38.
Bit of a scrappy start to this one, but it's advantage Jared Cole.
83.
Down to a finish.
Well, there'll be plenty of respect between the two. Maybe, well, sometimes there can be a little bit too much respect, can't there?
Yeah.
140. Jared, you require 124. $99.
Goes to the ball with Jack on
Jack, you require
115 after that great
115.
140.
Gonna get a dart. 15 for tops.
At least he's staying away from that 24. Oh,
75.
you can see the hole in the wire
I
there.
was going to say, you can see where that is absolutely
Jared, you
pinged the
require
wire, the
25.
shiny point on it. Still glinting now.
Game shot on the first leg.
As Jared Cole tidies up the 25 in 2 darts. Is this a modern fashionable thing we're seeing now? Because it's happening more and more.
Second
On
leg
the
is Jack to throw
25,
first.
players are going 1 double 12.
Yeah. Well, I suppose it's... I'm trying to see a bit of logic here, Barzy.
180.
Maybe the weight of dart is similar.
Yeah, possibly.
59.
I think the big one and put a line across.
Yeah. No, I get it. It's just a very modern
Yeah.
feel to it where
Anderson started that off.
Yeah.
Winning his 2 worlds on double 12.
62.
Anderson Gezi does it a lot as well.
Yeah, Gezi does it a lot. He loves double 12, doesn't he?
58.
Worked for Jared on that occasion. It's a hold of throw, leads 1-0. But at the moment, the
99.
Jared Cole scoring boots are nowhere to be seen.
$60. Jack, you require 160.
It's interesting as well. We spoke about his change of equipment. The old darts aren't with him today either.
I like that. Got to be committed.
100.
It's too much of a temptation to just revert back to type, isn't it?
190.
I think that's what he means by
Jack, you requires 60.
he has to throw these ones because that is grouped on an absolute pinhead.
Game shot on the
Great
second
response.
leg. Jack Main.
14 dart hold from Jack Main. Levels things up a 1 apiece.
Third leg is Jared to throw first. Game on.
Pair seem to have woken up.
140.
This is much better, especially from Jared Cole.
Yeah, those last 2 visits of the Jared Cole we expect here at the Super Series.
57.
Well, we saw last week, makes the old romantic in you busting the flowers
59.
out.
got to be done, mate, hasn't it?
Brownie points.
I would not be able to not. I wouldn't. My life wouldn't be worth living.
58.
Yeah, she's one of those kind of people that would normally have flowers in the house anyway. She's likes flowers in the house. So
134.
You do the old Buster Edwards, just go and pick some up.
no, I said we were actually having a discussion on the way home in the car from the seniors, and I said if you carry on, your flowers will be coming
80.
from the local petrol station.
To be fair,
Yeah, she cooked for me that night as well.
that was quite funny. I actually had to go and do some shopping on Valentine's Day, and the amount of people you saw running into
24.
Tesco's to get flowers was brilliant.
164.
No, that's a no-no. I'd be in minus brownie points if I got the old supermarket flowers.
132.
None is better than them.
Well, I suppose maybe. Well,
no.
yeah, none would be better than that. I'd probably go down the line. Well, I ordered them, babe. I don't know where they are.
Let me find the email confirmation. Jared Cole coming back, double 16 to lead again.
Game shown on the third
This
leg.
is much better from Jared Cole. It was a nervy first leg, but he's settled now. The average, he's put the best part of 15 points on that average.
Yeah.
Fourth leg is
Both
Jack
players now mid-80s in terms of averages. Both of it a max. Tidy finishing
57.
so far, but here's an opening for Jared Cole. A troubleless visit from Jack Main.
134.
A much better version of Jared Cole, isn't it?
Yeah. I like what I'm seeing here. Didn't like what I saw in the first game, but this has been much improved from the King of the Castle.
Yeah, only averaged 75 in that 4-1 defeat
100.
to Moreno in match 1.
Great response from Jack Main now as well.
Yeah, back to back 140s. He's from Norwich, isn't he?
Certainly
43.
up that neck of the woods. I don't know exactly.
East Anglia.
East Anglia, yeah. He's from that neck of the woods. Don't want to get Norwich and Ipswich confused because they don't like each other. So but he's from that manor.
Yeah, there is a bit of a rivalry up there.
65.
Also football. Man United are flying at the minute, aren't they?
Doing all right, aren't they?
Yeah.
Jackie required 99.
Win for Liverpool over Newcastle at the weekend, which is a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, Newcastle had eyes on the final next week, I think, and a couple of dark players from the northeast won't be at the Euro Tour because of it.
I've seen that straight away as soon as they said that they won't be at the Euro Tour. I don't blame them either. It's been a long time coming for
99 the last time they got to a cup final.
Jackie required 36.
Jack Main looking at double 18 to level us up once again. The switch across has to be aggressive here.
And
it's a great dart, mate.
It is a great dart and under severe pressure. Yeah, I think Newcastle's got to be the most supported team if you're a bit of a neutral like me that don't really follow, or if you've got a second team.
Yeah, I think everyone's got a soft spot for them.
Yeah.
The football they used to play under Kevin Keegan was just a joy to watch, and it sort of like captured a lot of people.
You score 1, we'll score 2. You score 2, we'll score 3. That was the mentality, and they had a wonderful lineup of flamboyant players, didn't they?
Used to love David Ginola and Tino Asprilla back in the day.
Yeah, Fastino. Wow.
81.
Even as someone who's not a particularly massive football fan, I did used to enjoy watching the Toon. Well, I had no choice when I was around Graham Stoddard. That was it. So
it was on.
It was on.
So you know Jared's playing well when he's disappointed that dart hasn't joined the other one.
140.
Again, not a very good poker player as our Jared.
No. He's got so many towels.
It's a bit like Kevin Painter at the seniors. We didn't know how he was feeling, did we?
Yeah, that's about as animated as I remember ever seeing Kevin. Not that he's ever been particularly shy, but yeah, he was
100.
right up for it. And the way he dodged the bullets against Dennis Harbour and then against Dubby, I was beginning to think his name was on the pot. Fair play to Robert Thornton,
140.
the right
Jared
winner.
require 80.
Best player for the week for me. But Leonard Gates, really, really enjoyed him.
Game shot on the 5th leg, Jared Cole.
It's a great 80 finish, Mace, but I
Yep.
want to go back to dart 2. Jared's a little bit lucky there. That was way too low and almost got dragged in.
Too close for comfort,
I
wasn't
was,
it?
I was about to say, I'd love to have seen a facial expression then, because we looked at each other with eyebrows raised.
Yeah, he would have been open-mouthed when that come out of his hand.
125.
It's a real good competitive game of darts. This will be good for both the relevant of result.
100.
And look, barring that first leg, which was scrappy and a little
Yeah.
bit ugly, these averages would be over the 90 mark.
Yeah, well over. I mean, it was a 20 dart hold in the end from Jared.
77.
That's a 75 average. So the fact that they're averaging now 87 apiece or there or thereabouts just tells you how
140.
good they've been since. It's always felt like Jack's just been holding on, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's Jared's just bossing the key moments and Jack's just doing
59.
enough to hold throw. But now he's under the cosh here. Jared can find a treble, gets him to a finish first.
140.
Like that.
Back-to-back 140s. He's gone ton, 140, 140. Leaves 1-2-1 after just 9 darts on the Jack main throw.
41.
When you're 3-2
Jared
down in a
require
race to 4,
121.
that's piling on the pain for Jack Main.
And this is where the 1-2-1 practice game comes in also handy.
Well, we play
49.
it so often.
The setup could have been better.
Yeah, he's just left the door ajar here for Jack. He's invited a bit of pressure, hasn't he?
Yeah, look, should still get minimum 1 match dart, but would have liked a nice little pop 2 darter.
Yeah.
80. Jared requires 72.
Where's your MO? Missed the big number.
15 ball.
47.
Weight was good, wasn't it?
Jack
The
require
line was
119.
marginally out.
And he's got lucky in a way that Jack's setup wasn't good either, because 119 is one of those horrible finishes.
And even if you hit the 57 there, you're still going to end up.
You're
On the ball.
chasing around, aren't
Jared
you?
require 25.
But 1 for double 12 if he follows the same MO. That's wild. 6s.
Game shot.
But the
and a match,
correction
Jared
is
Cole.
good from Jared Cole. 4-2 winner for the King of the Castle over Jack Main, averaging 85.86. 4 140s, 1 maximum, but the important thing he's put right from his opening game is those finishing stats. He was woeful in match 1, but 50% on the outer ring. A high checkout of 80 seals the points. Up next, we've got the explosive Danny Lauby against Dom Taylor.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. So we are 2 rounds of games down. So Chris Mason is with me up here on the balcony to assess what we've seen so far. Now, usually when we bring you up here after a couple of rounds, we can kind of work things out. Well, we can't work anything out.
No, it was a bit of a slow start from everybody, but as soon as everybody had one match from match 5 onward, match 4 onwards so far, it's been a different class and some really standout performances, especially that Danny Lauby match that, well, there wasn't enough time to boil a kettle, never mind have a shower.
Exactly, 15 seconds off the record, which was set by Graham Usher. We can have a look at the table after 2 games for each player. Not that really it makes much of a difference, does it?
They've all won one and all lost one, which is when you look at the performances so far, it is just about right. But I was impressed with Dom Taylor last time out. Very, very solid. Looked comfortable as well against a very good Jelle Klaasen.
Most certainly, and as I say, Danny Lauby, that 6-minute 3-second game. We've seen little bits, glimpses of everything from everyone, but maybe the bottom 2 in Jared and Moreno, we've maybe seen a bit of one good, one bad. Yeah,
I think that's a fair assessment. That was much better in the last game from Jared Cole. He looked a lot more comfortable, and again, he had to play well and did play well, using new darts, as I'm sure you've heard Borzy mention a couple of times, and yeah, maybe needed a game or 2 just to find his feet with those. But yeah, it's nicely poised and nicely balanced. As we expected, we didn't particularly think anybody was going to run away with this Group A, and so far that's proving to be correct.
And we've seen some quality darts, just like we did on Saturday night when Owen Bates took on Leonard Gates in the final of week 2. It was probably the best final we've seen under the roof here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Let's recap some of the best of it.
So
Owen, you require 24.
Up to Bates now. He's got 3 darts in hand for 24 and the title.
Lovely marker. Game. Shot. And your week 2 winner of the MODUS Super Series, Owen Bates.
3 is Owen Bates. The debutant takes the win this week.
What a final, what a win it was for Owen Bates. And if you want to watch that game in full, you can do. It is available to watch on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. So maybe some afternoon entertainment for you once we are done here. The average as well in that final, ton plus. Oof.
Yeah, it was almost a fitting end to what was a fabulously competitive week. And it's just nice to see a new name in the mix in Owen Bates. Like I said, he's been making waves for the last sort of 12 months, maybe 18 months. So yeah, I'm pleased for him. It's going to be interesting Champions Week already. We've already got John Worsley in there. And then a player at sort of the other end of the scale, sort of starting his career in Owen Bates. And good luck picking the winner this week.
Yes, it's going to be a tie. Let's have a look at last week by the numbers then. Just round off some of the stats on what we saw last week. 229 180s. You saw Bates get the 170. Bates get the quickest leg. Collins with the biggest average, though, 110.
Starting to be a bit of a theme there, H, isn't there?
Just a little bit. And then the checkout ratio of 32%, so just below 1 in 3. Overall average of 85. That's more than solid stuff.
Yeah, I was surprised it was down at 85. I expected it to be a little bit higher, but over the week you've got to take into account you get the odd game where there's a couple of 70s thrown in there. The 110 from Rob Collins. I thought Rob Collins played very well last week, actually. I think, you know, he's a player that rarely gets an opportunity to play the entire week, usually in on a Friday, a Thursday and Friday night. And of course, he comes straight from work. I don't quite know how he does it, but the 110 from Collins, which I think is a personal best for him.
I believe so, it is. Well, next up for us is Danny Lauby against Dom Taylor. We're not going to have enough time to boil the kettle, are we?
No, not in this one. Again, Dom Taylor, a little bit of a sort of a medium pace player. Not sure how that will affect Danny Lauby, though he's very experienced now. He's not going to worry about that slower pace. In fact, this pace probably will suit Dom Taylor, but yeah, again, it's splinters. It's almost impossible to pick. It's gone the other way of my pick so far. So I probably think Danny Lauby is going to win this one. So Dom Taylor probably wins it full 3.
Well, Mace is going to get his skates on to race his way down to the comms box where he's going to join Phil Bars. Phil.
Thanks very much, H, and welcome back, everyone. It could be a race against time for Mace to get here if Lauby's in the same mood that he was beforehand. But Dom Taylor will have something to say about that. Looked very good in his last outing as he beat Jelle Klaasen for 2. But exciting one, this one. Remember, if you want to be here on Saturday, you saw the scenes when Owen Bates won. Tickets are complimentary and available at dartshop.tv. for this coming week. So head over there and book yours right now. It's only a limited number available, so once they are gone, they are gone.
Saturday night at the Super Series, did I hear you mention?
You did, Mace, you did. I was saying the scenes there when 0-1, got to be quick because those tickets don't hang around.
Yeah, and I think now that we are having that earlier start of 7:30 is, well, it's just a little bit better all round. Gives people the opportunity to make a whole night of it.
You throw first.
And you might even
Game
see
on.
me knocking around if you want a photo to put over the fireplace to keep the kids away. I'll be there or
125.
thereabouts.
Yeah, and I'm back with you for Saturday night as well.
We are doing the business Saturday night, and then I'll be driving home straight after it. A couple of days at home, and then we're down to sunny Minehead. But one of my favourites, not my favourite tournament, but it's certainly in my top 3.
I just don't like the drive from
81.
Exeter Premier League to Minehead.
No, well, for me, to get from Tiverton to Minehead, it takes longer when I get off the motorway, which is only 2 junctions down. It takes longer to get
94.
off the motorway and then to Minehead than it does to get to that point. But I can do it in less than an hour in the V8.
59.
Yeah, the same distance-wise, Minehead's the closest to me. However, it's easier to get back from Wolverhampton, the O2, or those ones than it is to get to...
Yeah, it's mad, isn't it?
You get there, the sign says... You get to Taunton and it says Minehead 22 miles.
180.
You're loving it. However, those 26
60.
miles take forever.
Dom Your
But
127.
first max in the opening leg goes to Dom Taylor. And they were all sat up to attention, and he's forged a break of throw opportunity.
It's actually a
59.
lovely driving road if there's no cars on the road.
Remember doing it in the snow?
Yeah.
140.
Yeah, and I had
Dom
a
requires
I had a
68.
rear-wheel drive BMW, which are not great snow cars. And I just managed to get there before it really started to get deep.
Game shown on the first
That's
leg.
clinical
Dom Taylor.
from Dom Taylor. We had to have a close-up because that was right in the corner of the treble 20. But the double 4 was clinical.
Well,
Second
he's
leg, it's Dom
continuing
to
where he
first.
left off
Game
against Jelle Klaasen, where he wrapped that match up with a 14-darter, and that was a break of throw as well, and he started this one with a 14-dart break of throw.
The 140 from Lauby put
140.
pressure on it as well.
Yeah. And then I think I'm home for a
83.
few days, and I'm back down here, and then I'm doing 3 consecutive weeks. A marathon here at the Super Series.
Get the old hot lemon out.
Yeah.
You're here for 3 weeks.
140.
We'll get the camera out and we'll do a bit, as
Yep.
always.
Well, we haven't done one for a while.
Plenty to chew the fat on.
59.
Certainly is. There'll be plenty to chew the fat on there. Now we're going to get as the trend continue, we're going to get a new UK Open winner and a new first-time winner. Or is Michael Smith going to add that to his ever-growing
140.
resume?
I know it's all draw dependent, so you could never plot your way. in
No.
the UK Open.
140. Dom
the way they're
81.
playing, I think the top 4 are in a league of their own, and maybe Johnny Clayton is just coming back into that equation. The Ferret is starting to play some super stuff as well. But that could all get blown out the window when they draw each other
41.
round
Exactly.
after round. That's why you can never plot.
I think that's why it's a fan's
44.
favourite tournament, because
Dom
you can
Your
always find a
40.
story or a narrative, and you can follow someone's journey. If they get a bit of luck here and there and avoid a few of the big guns, they can go on a bit of a deep run.
That has to be a good marker. Just bump off of it. Use the barrel.
Game shown on the
Just
second
like
leg.
that.
Dom Taylor.
This is brilliant stuff from Dom Taylor. 14-dart breaker throw is backed up with a 15-dart hold. Do we know if Corey Cadby will be
Third
making
leg, it's
the
Danny to throw first.
trip to the UK
Game
Open?
on.
Obviously, he qualified by winning his tour card back.
We don't know is the honest answer, but the fact that he's
93.
missed the first 2 blocks of Pro Tours, I think it would be unlikely at this moment.
Well, I don't know. I wonder if it's a visa issue, maybe. But
100.
That's the only thing it can be, really.
Yeah. Surely they would have looked into that prior to even bothering with Q School.
78.
And I know he went to European Q School in Germany because the criteria there is slightly different to the UK, which is quite laughable when you think about the current state of the UK. But there you go, that's a completely different podcast.
Going back to the UK Open, again, draw dependent, but someone
60.
that has had huge success here, and I think he could do damage at the UK Open, is Graham Usher.
Yeah,
He gets on one of those streaks that he gets on if he's hot on the day.
yeah, I expected him. I'm not sure that I expected him.
140.
I probably would be doing a disservice if I didn't expect him to do better than what he's done, because
97.
I rate him highly, but it's not the
Okay,
greatest start
61.
so far.
No, he's picked up some money, qualified for a Euro Tour as well.
Yeah, I've seen he qualified for a Euro Tour, which is massive at this stage early in the season. You know, when you look at retaining your card, you've
41.
got to make sure you're. I think you mentioned it yesterday in your watch along of the Pro Tours.
59.
You've got to qualify for the players and you've got to qualify for the Worlds. Otherwise, retaining your card is
so difficult.
Yeah, well, you're just so far behind that group that have. Oh, tops for a 160 to continue this beautiful run of legs.
140. Danny
Wasn't a
Roquois,
million miles away
150.
either.
And all barring a spectacular finish from Danny, which is not going to happen. Tom Taylor will be back for
100.
3-0 in the double break.
Tommy Roquois, 20.
The average still over the ton mark right now.
Game shot on the third leg, Tom Taylor.
Well, it will be over a ton because that's just 45 darts used to win the opening 3 legs. 14, 15 and 16. 45
Fourth leg is
darts
Tom to throw first. Game
over
on.
3 legs equates to an average of 100.20.
And if this trend continues, it's going to break the 6-match run of everyone going on the
60.
throw. We've got our little sheet here, and there's all 4s on the left-hand side at the moment.
100. $100.
We've got a new media room as well. Do you know at the
140.
the UK Home in Minor? Do you know that new bar 36 or something? Is it called that?
Is that where the media is now?
Yeah. Very impressive newly built building down there.
100.
I used to like it where they were. Players used to come off the stage and it was there.
140.
Yeah, and that where we used to be is all ripped down now, so everything's going to be in this brand new building.
Practice room as well.
I think so, yeah. It's where they showed the World Cup when we were down there for the... Did you not venture
No.
over there?
82.
Couldn't
Danny
think of
Roquois,
anything worse.
121.
I got off site quite quickly.
57.
159. Can't be finished with 3, but you can certainly pile on the pressure on this 64.
97. Danny Roquois,
And that's
64.
just about enough when you're 3-0 down. It's going to get 1 dart, a double 16.
48.
And that dart
Tom
goes
Roquois,
banging.
62.
Tom Taylor, treble 10 for double 16. 12 or 20. 20 is the MO for double 16.
30.
And a match start
Danny
has
Roquois,
gone begging, and
16.
it was close.
This is a break of throw opportunity for
Game
Danny
shot on the
Lauby,
fourth leg,
and he
Danny
takes it.
Lauby.
A 17 dart break of throw keeps him alive in the contest. But still with work to
Fifth leg
do.
is Danny to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, but Danny's one of those players that
100.
can then go on a streaky run,
Well,
like
he's-
we've just said, and just reel off 3 in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, he's so quick, isn't he? He can almost bamboozle you.
But the way Dom Taylor is playing right now, you would expect him to
99.
get more match starts. 1 has come and 1 has disappeared. How many more will he need?
56.
Of course, today is more Euro Tour
Yeah, 2 European Tour
qualifiers. Sensible while the players are up there for the
45.
Pro Tours. And then, of course, this week sees our first European
60.
Tour of the year, doesn't it? This weekend at the Vanderino Arena in Kiel.
Kiel, yeah.
You been there, mate?
Not to that one, I haven't. It's North Germany, not the easiest to get to.
Seems to be a bit of a
100.
thing with those Euro Tours.
I must admit, Euro Tour qualifiers. Look, the
140.
first one, European Tour 3, will just be a normal qualifier. However, European Tour 4 qualifier, there is one name on that entry list that has got everyone talking over the weekend. Gary Anderson is in a
97.
European Tour
Wow.
qualifier.
I never thought I'd see
145.
that. Well, it just shows you his commitment, which is great to see.
84.
If you're a
Don't
Gary
require
Anders fan or just a
160.
darts fan in general.
Someone's lit the fire again, haven't they?
Yeah. Ooh.
That's a guide. Oh, I'm surprised the other one hasn't nestled alongside it.
100.
And the Women's
Then he
Series
requires
returns this
61.
weekend as well. My goodness, what a jam-packed weekend of darts. Oh, double one, isn't it?
Yeah, he's in the madhouse.
That's the risk of going for the ball on 61.
The balls I haven't got an issue with, but he should be nowhere near the treble 3.
No score. Dummy requires 60.
I think it's a dying trend going for the ball on 61.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Can he just move to the side and shimmy over it? Needs to come down.
40.
I certainly think it's a dying trend at elite level.
Then he requires 61.
Second chance. What does he do this time? This time he finds the 25. 2 at 18s.
43.
They were too quick for
Dummy
me.
require 20.
No composure.
Even for him.
Yeah, no composure. We've seen this dart before. Last time it just nestled.
Game shot.
As
and the
this
match,
one
John
does, and you
Taylor.
can see what that means to Dom Taylor. We get a little fist pump. He knows that is a big moment in this Group A. He has beaten Danny Lauby 4-1. The averages dropped towards the end there, but the first part of it, they were both well over the ton. At one point, Dom Taylor was averaging around 110. Finishes at the 88.32 mark. 5 140s, one maximum. 30% on the doubles. Solid stuff as Dom Taylor wins back-to-back games. Coming up after this short break, we're going to see Moreno Blom against Jack Main.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Dom Taylor has got the better of Danny Lauby by 4 legs to 1. Taylor, who is averaging around about the ton over the first 3.5 legs, before then just dipping down towards the end. But still to 4 on success against Lauby, an average of 88.32, 68 high checkout and 4 out of 13 on the doubles. So that's 2 wins from 3 for him. Next up for us, we're going to see Moreno Blom in action. He takes on Jack Main. And watching this one in the commentary box for us is Phil Bars and Chris Mason.
Thanks very much, H, and welcome back, everyone. Dom Taylor, brilliant in our game. It is just finished, but we look forward to this one. Moreno Blom against Jack Main, and this is kind of a big game for both of them. We've seen some good stuff in spells, but it's been very patchy from both, and both will just want to get another set of points on the board.
Yeah, I agree. Moreno last time out was absolutely blitzed by Lauby 4-0. Jack Main defeated 4-2 by a very good Jared Cole, has to be said. But yeah, I think Jack Main would be desperately disappointed
First leg, it's Moreno
not
to throw
to win
first.
this one. They go
Game on.
4-5 Moreno, 10-11 Jack Main.
Nothing between them.
85.
Well, for me, Jack Main should be winning this type of match.
86.
I think for his own confidence, he needs to win this match.
Yeah, agreed. This is and I mean this with all due respect, it's just very much a winnable game if you get me.
Yeah, if you're mapping out your route to qualifying, this would be one that you're targeting 3 points. Oh, sorry, 2 points.
Yeah.
In.
Or
93.
yeah, it's because you'd expect the vast majority to be picking up points against Moreno.
82.
So you look at Moreno's sort of average for the last 12 months, and it's around about 83.
41. $180.
Well, that's a lovely max.
Yeah, that puts him in control of this opening leg.
What it does, it
140.
puts
Moreno
Jack
requires
Main on
54.
the back foot, which is pretty much where he's been all day.
34. Jack, you require 141.
Not going to go, so Moreno Blom will be back. But those last darts we saw at double were not
93.
convincing.
Moreno
And
required 20.
weren't really that close either, so you'll want to bed this one. How much of that can he see?
10.
Over adjusted.
Jack, you require 48.
5 darts to win the leg have come and gone off the back of that 180. Jack Main is going to get 2 at tops.
Game shot of the first leg.
And
Jack
it
Main.
goes break a throw in the opener. It's an 18 dart break, but it'll feel more than that, Mace, because
Absolutely.
Blom hitting the 180 and missing 5
Second leg,
darts
it's Jack to throw
will
first.
sting.
Yeah.
Game on.
It's just the nature of the break, isn't it? Sometimes it's just an odd miss darts, but he was playing second fiddle
81.
to Moreno pretty much through the entirety of the leg. And it's the
140.
and it's the effect you know it has on your opponent, which looks to be nothing as he starts with a 140.
48. $100.
But Moreno's not let those missed darts bother him, because he's got the Jack Main throw
80.
in some bother here.
$140.
Instant break back is on the cards here, and I know we're only halfway through leg 2,
100.
but there
Moreno
is
require
a seismic
121.
gap in the averages right now.
Game
That's
shot of the
stunning
second leg.
from Moreno
Blom.
Blom. Takes out the 1-2-1 to break back in 12 darts. He lifts his average to 99. Should be 2-0 up, but damage
Third leg is
limitation
Moreno
done and has
Blom
broken
versus
back at the
Game on.
earliest opportunity.
Yeah, stunning leg, especially after the disappointment of leg one.
59.
I like that. He's just brushed it off and got on with it. That's what you got to do.
$85. $57.
Just looking at Moreno's
57.
demeanour and whatever, he doesn't seem shy of confidence, does he, at all? Even when it's not going his way, he still seems a very bullish
59.
character.
There's certainly lots to like about his attitude, isn't there?
Yeah, attitude. I like his action as
59.
well.
Yeah, the action. No, left-handers never look
100.
quite right, do they?
No, I know what you mean.
I think it's because of the angle. We're so used to seeing the open view of the throw, and we're looking at it from a closed view.
140.
Yeah, you get to see on the right hand the open grip and everything like that. Where
40.
The
Jack
fundamentals
Wire
certainly look okay.
160.
remember, everyone, come and say hi on social media as well.
Yes, get involved. You got any questions for myself or Phil
40.
Bars?
I've got the Twitter page in front of me
You got it open, mate?
at MSS Darts. Come and say hello.
162. Jack Wire 120.
Gonna get a dart at tops as long as he keeps this one straight. But that's a blocker. What an angle this is we get to see.
Game shot
What
the
a
third
dart
leg,
that is
Jackman.
from Jack Main.
Nit one, pearl one.
Yeah, target blocked. Moreno Blom sat on 24, and that is an outstanding dart. Kudos to our production team as well
Fourth
for
leg
getting
is
us that
Jack
angle.
first.
3
Game on.
consecutive breaks of throw. And I'm just having a look at that European Tour Qualifier 1. The draw has taken place. No matches started yet. I presume it gets underway.
55.
Is it 1 or
12 o'clock, I
12
think, the
o'clock.
first one.
one that stands out straight away? King Barry against Robert Owen.
60.
Bunty against Burnett. Another standout tie. Dobie against Usher.
It's horrid for both.
Yeah. Ricky Evans, Merv King. The other one
81.
standout. William O'Connor against Darryl Gurney.
45.
Kim Hybrids against Josh Payne. That could be tasty.
40.
We'll keep you up to speed as the results from that qualifier come through. No need to go anywhere else.
140.
We will keep you up to speed.
Moreno Blom will be kicking himself here. He trails 2-1. He's had opportunities in every
140.
leg.
John O'Shea against Barneveld.
Oof.
Oof.
100.
Double oof.
Jack Main looking for a treble.
140. Moreno require
Finds two.
156. 58. Jack require 45.
This is for the first hole to throw. 45. 5 and tops. We saw him find it brilliantly at the end of the combination last one.
5.
This time,
Moreno
does not
require
go.
98.
can Moreno Blom steal one?
Tell you who else has impressed me
39.
so far and impressed me at the Worlds.
Jack require 40.
Jim Williams.
Yeah, I agree.
Been playing very well, hasn't he?
Game shot on the fourth leg, Jackman.
3-1.
And he is the out-and-out ultimate part-time player, isn't he, Jim Williams?
Yeah.
Fifth leg, it's Moreno to throw first.
Runs his own business, and
Yeah,
Dart-
carpentry business.
yeah,
And
darts is very much a part-time thing for him.
140.
very delicate action, isn't it?
It is.
68.
It is. Not very effective. Played some lovely stuff this weekend.
81.
Charles has played some lovely stuff and he put himself in the mix after sliding against Simon Whitlock.
Yeah. Himself and Steve Beaton are...
The Evergreen Beaton.
123.
They are almost
96.
just saying, no, I'm not having it. I'm not done yet.
No.
And Whitlock with a change of equipment that he looks to be staying with. A very traditional...
Straight barrel dart, no scallop or anything in it.
140.
Veenstra's been playing well as well, hasn't he?
96.
Yeah,
Becker
we had
Wire
this on the stream yesterday. A couple of
170.
people saying, "Oh, is Veenstra going to be the breakout, the new one?" I said, "I'm not having Veenstra as a breakout.
He's been around, yeah.
Okay, it's not PDC darts. Well, hello, the big fish.
139.
Yeah, he's been around.
Yeah,
a
I
lot.
said, I'm not having
winning
him,
big
I'm not having him as
tournaments.
breakout. Moreno Blom will be scratching his head here. Played some lovely
32.
stuff.
Check your require 31.
He's potentially going to get beat 4-1 if Jack Main can see off this 31. That was too close for comfort. He knows it as well. He's had to stop.
Yeah.
The thought process has gone because it didn't go anywhere near where he was aiming.
No
I
score.
mean, I know he's come from
Moreno
effectively
requires
another
56.
sport at a very young age, but he shouldn't have to be
Game
asking the
joined fifth
referee
leg, Moreno Blom.
if he wants 16 after hitting a 15 on 31. I'm not that's just not good. And maybe we're seeing a reason of
Sixth leg, it's
why
Jack
he
to throw
struggled,
first.
because
Game on.
darts is very much about the momentum, the rhythm. And when you've got to keep stopping and second guessing yourself, the
140.
concentration levels go.
And the other thing that even if the concentration levels
58.
don't go, and we see this with Rob Cross, he's very much a step back, wipe your hand. I get that's his routine.
Yeah, that's different.
But mentally, that takes so much out of you because you have to concentrate all the time. Where if you're
40.
just a rhythm player, it's just bop, 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 and they go.
Yeah, but with Rob
55.
Cross, that's a predetermined type of play. With someone like with Jack, it's not. You know, he's having a. Is that? Do I want this? Do I want that?
57.
And that element of doubt is just not a good thing.
41.
Let's be honest. We're not asking him to do quantum physics. It's simple subtraction.
Not split the atom.
No.
93.
Who else has seemed to have bounced back the
83.
last couple of weekends? Ian White.
Yeah, and needs to because that tour card
I
is in
know.
huge danger.
Looking at some of the numbers he was crunching in over the weekend.
59. $140. Jack require 112.
112. Will he get another match dart here? Not in this
Very
one.
unlucky.
60.
Now, if you
Moreno
tried to do
require
that, good luck
124.
without hitting a treble 20.
Gonna get a dart of the ball.
Game
Oh,
shot of the
wow.
sixth leg, Moreno Blom.
Well, I think he almost deserves that, doesn't he?
Yeah, I agree.
Seventh and final leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game
I
on.
think when you look at the averages, he's averaging 5 more than Jack Main.
140.
I think 3-3 is just about right when it's all said and done. They're both 3 from 8 on the finishes. Both have had big ton plus finishes of 124, the highest for Moreno, or 120 for Jack Main.
100.
13, 140s between them. 7-6 in favour of Moreno.
135.
I think it deserves the last leg.
Yep.
$134.
Both going toe to toe here as well.
56.
No, he's left the 170. I wouldn't put it past him. Taken out a 1-2-1 and a 1-2-4 on the ball.
Moreno require 170.
There's the approach
96.
play. Well, he's left 74. All Jack can do. Well, he won a 140 here or a 132, something similar.
Just needs to apply pressure and a lot of it.
128. Moreno requires 74.
That's pressure, all right.
50.
Clips.
Jack, you require 44.
Well, he makes the outside wire of the double 12 shake. So 4 tops, nice and simple.
Not really a marker.
24.
We've seen both of them in those setup plays as well. Some wild darts and some close ones.
Moreno
No real
requires
consistency
24.
here. But Moreno Blom to win it. Round the board.
21.
And
Jack, you
again,
require 20.
chasing round the houses. And no one was in. He thinks this one's done. As Jack Main looks at double
Game
10.
shot and the match.
Only
Jack
needs
Main.
the one dart. Jack Main breaks the throw in the deciding leg to seal the points. It's a game that both could have won, both will feel they should have won, but ultimately it is Jack Main who bags the points. We see there Moreno Blom with the slightly higher average, but not much between them there at all. 25% on the doubles for Moreno Blom, but 36% for Jack Main, 4 from 11 as he bags 2 points. Coming up next, we are going to see Jelle Klaasen against Jared Cole.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where a fantastic game there between Moreno Blom and Jack Main sees Main run out a winner by 4 legs to 3 in a game where Blom had 2 ton-plus checkouts, including that 1-2-4. But it is Main who picked up the 2 points in the end in that one. Next up for us, it's the final game in the 3rd round of fixtures. It sees Klaasen take on Cole. It's time to get the stopwatch ready. Here's Chris Mason and Phil Bars.
Thank you very much, H. Yeah, this one's going to be played at some pace. We may need a safety car out if it gets too quick.
Yeah, maybe need a few flags for this one. He's from Gore. Interesting name. A bit more traditional for Jared Hatfield.
Hertfordshire.
Yeah, it's very posh.
You just having a look at the old PDC calendar there, Mace. It's a little bit busy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's just completely jam-packed. It must be. I'm sure the
First leg is Jelle to throw
older
first.
players, but maybe the elite end. You can see where they get a little bit jaded. But my God, to be a dart player now must be
140.
It was no surprise the top 3 in the world didn't play this weekend.
Yeah. And they don't need to. We've been saying it for ages. Manage your diary.
190.
Oh, we said this one's going to be special. And it started off that way. 140
24.
from Jelle, backed up with a 180 from Jared Cole.
Yeah, and look, Jared was very sluggish in his opener, but he's come back with a bit of a spring in his step and looks more like the old Jared Cole that we were expecting.
55.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he would have taken a lot out of that 4-2 win over Jack Main and the style in which he done it as
100.
well. That would have given him some confidence to move forward today and this week.
58.
You can play as well as you want in practice and everywhere else, but once you stand up there and you actually start to feel good and produce the goods,
93.
that genuine, real confidence just fills you with happiness.
Even I play well in practice.
125. Jelle require 144.
That's a perfect guide. I'm just surprised one didn't nestle alongside of it.
Jared, you require
Second prize
83.
will do as he tees up tops if Jared Cole cannot pin 83.
51.
Missed opportunity,
Jelle
Chris.
require 40.
A massive opportunity. Remember, he started the leg with a max.
20.
Going to get another poke.
Yeah, that first
Jared,
dart
you
of double
require
10 was
32.
height-wide and not very handsome.
Yeah, it was no guide whatsoever, was it?
Use the marker.
16.
It's unlucky.
Jelle require
Two
20.
wire clippers from Jared Cole. But Jelle Klaasen comes back looking at tens
Game on the first
and
leg,
finds
Jelle
it.
Klaasen.
Jelle Klaasen holds in the opener despite a maximum from Jared Cole.
Yeah, a bit of a steal in the end, wasn't it? And again,
Second leg, it's Jared to throw first.
Jared's just got to avoid anything negative, especially in the with regards to the
87.
mindset, and just plow on. One leg.
60.
That's where the elite put themselves above it. They just forget that disappointment so quickly.
And they can find a way of
60.
using it as an impetus for the next leg, and don't get angry, get even.
100.
Jared Cole hunting around the board for a treble, but it looks as if he's blocked
99.
most targets. That's a great last dart, just gone over the top. And no, we're not talking about Dean Winstanley.
45.
Very niche reference.
That 9-dart celebration will live long in the memory, mate.
World Championship legendary, that is, isn't it?
125.
Ah,
That's legendary status.
that's one of my favourites. My other favourite was Alan Norris's when He had it and
60.
was watching the.
Jared Require
He won the match. And he was home in the sofa at the suites at Minehead, and we mentioned on TV. Well, a nice bonus for Alan Norris, 35 grand for hitting the 9, because that's when they used to have that
rolling pot.
Rolling pot. He texted me, he went, "Are you sure, mate?" I went, "Yeah, mate, 35 grand. Happy days."
85. Jared Require 32.
Much if they tried doing that now, the pot would never
Game
get
shot on the
above
second leg,
500 quid.
Jared Cole.
It wouldn't. Although, did you see Sean Murphy's 147 in the snooker last
Third
week?
leg at the yellow
Right.
row first. Game on.
He followed that after a 145 and knocked in a max. And of course, not only the PDC, the World Seniors events
96.
continue to roll this year. Starting with the golden ticket on the 24th of March. What a great opportunity that is for someone to instantly
25.
qualify for an elite sort of seniors TV event.
And not only that, to play Phil Taylor as well.
Yeah, that's the way the draws panned out.
180.
I am fortunately, well, or fortunately, whichever way you want to look at it, be here. And I don't think the hand will be repaired in time for that. And then it is 14th, 15th, and 16th of April back
125.
in Reading for more tour events. Then the 10th and 11th of June, the Target Open Series events. And then the Masters event, 24th, 25th of June. I will be there at the Westlands in Yeovil. Tickets are available for that. And, of course, the
119.
Viva
Yellow Require
Blackpool
90.
event, the Champions of Champions.
50.
Can't go wrong. Weekend away in Blackpool. And darts. And a bit of your favourite pop world, isn't it, Barzy?
Everyone loves a bit of pop world.
65. Yellow Require 40.
Also, as well, once we're on the subject of our partners, huge weekend for the ADC.
20.
Just gone over 700
Jared Require
entries across ADC
167.
events over the weekend.
That's incredible. Isn't Online Darts sponsoring one of these seniors
The
qualifiers?
the golden ticket.
139.
Golden
Yellow
ticket.
We
Require
are
20.
sponsoring any player that was in the World Championship,
Game
their
shot on the
entry
third
fee
leg,
into the
Jelle
golden ticket
Klaasen.
event.
Nice touch, lads. Nice touch. Like that. So if you played in the Worlds and you
Fourth leg, it's Jared.
fancy a
to throw
crack
first.
at the golden
Game on.
ticket, your entry fee's been paid by the Online Darts team.
140.
I think it's a great collaboration, isn't it, now in darts with the
Yeah.
ADC and this, and obviously
100.
yourself and then the seniors. It's
Well, this was always one of the things before that organisations didn't want to work with each other,
No.
and we still see it now.
yeah, a
85.
little bit, but certainly nothing like it. Well,
Not as bad.
well, there isn't another. Well, there isn't really
60.
another organisation, is there, to create any kind of conflicts anymore, which is always sad. I don't think the game's been
That's a maximum, that is, from Jared
better place.
Easy.
Whether you're a pro, an amateur, an aspiring pro,
180. Jared
or
Require
an old
96.
boy,
Yeah.
or girl.
As it's raining maximums here in the live lounge at Portsmouth.
Talking of girls, that
56.
Duff
Yellow
and
Require
Lisa Ashton
161.
match at the World Seniors. What
a game.
I didn't want it to end. I was actually sat in the audience with
137.
Lisa's
Jared
husband,
Require
absolutely
40.
open mouthed at the level of play that was played at.
Yeah, look, it took a special performance from Neil Duff, but Lisa coming back to
24.
the Lisa that we
Yeah.
know, because it's been a barren
24.
couple of years
Yeah,
on TV for her.
I think she's had a few injuries.
Yeah,
though,
I
hasn't she?
Fourth leg, Jelle
I think it's
Klaasen.
been there's been some difficult times and whatever, but the Lisa that we saw at the seniors was the Lisa of old.
Fifth leg at the yellow
Yeah,
row
certainly
first.
was.
Game on.
And I'm sure she's looking forward to the first women's series events just this weekend.
93.
Is the usual is Bo playing in those and all the usual suspects?
I would presume so.
Yeah.
For me, it's just a case of whether Makuru can travel over or
137.
whatever, because it's always a better event when Makuru's in it.
Absolutely. All events are better when the
94.
best players are in them. And a good interview with Fallon as well.
Yeah, she was really honest, and
Yeah, and I think that's a great sign.
And I know she wanted her card.
135.
Still think she's better off without it.
Same.
I know she drastically wanted it, and it could well take her to the next level.
140.
But
Well, I think there's about 15 players currently that are costing themselves an absolute fortune by having a card.
39.
Being good enough to get a card over the course of
64.
4/7 days doesn't necessarily mean you're good enough to make a living on the Pro Tour, or good enough to, or at that time,
130.
to hold on to it after 2 years.
But yeah, look, the inaugural Women's World Match Play was
25.
fabulous
Garage requires
last
60.
year. However, this year's could be
Oh.
something special with the field that is potentially going to line up at the Winter Gardens.
Going to be epic, isn't it?
40.
And like you say,
Yellow
he's
require
in much better
85.
form right now.
Fallon didn't play well to win it, although she won it, she didn't play well.
Game shot and the match, Jelle Klaasen.
Jelle Klaasen seals a 4-1 victory over Jared Cole. The scoring phase from both were absolutely sensational. Reigning maximums, but Jared Cole only 1 from 10 on the outer ring. That was the killer for him, just 10%. He carved out chances, but couldn't take them. 4 maximums, 2 apiece. That column was shared, but it is Jelle Klaasen who takes the points. Coming up after the break, the man that's on a fine run of form right now, Dom Taylor against Moreno Blom.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Forget about Jamie's 10-minute meals. That was Jelle's 10-minute match there as he got the better of Jared Cole by 4 legs to 1 within the space of the 10-minute mark. And we do have a succulent next game coming up. We do have quite the treat for you, maybe the hors d'oeuvre of our day, as we see up on the stage Dom Taylor take on Moreno Blom. And that's going to be watched by Chris Mason and Phil Bars. Tuck in, guys.
Thank you very much, H, and welcome back, everyone. Here we are, match 10. Looking forward to this one. Dom Taylor, back-to-back wins. He comes here into this game in good form, full of confidence. Remember, we saw the promo video there. Tickets are available for this Saturday night. Dartshop.tv for your complimentary tickets. The atmosphere was rocking in here last Saturday. Mace will be about. If you want a selfie.
Always up for a selfie. Right, a few results in from the Euro Tour qualifiers before this one gets underway. Devon Peterson with a rare win over Clearmacher, 6-3. Jeffrey does 1. Beat Closer 6-4. Ronnie Hybrids out 6-3 to Suits, who averaged 100. Rafferty with a 6-0 win over a disappointing Nick Fulwell, who only averaged 68. Burton 6-5 over Jacques Lerat. King, a 6-3 winner over Ricky Evans. And Barry King Barry, 6-2 over Robert Owen with 99 average. King Barry. Richie Burnett has beaten Stephen Bunting 6-2 with 100.34. De Souza takes care of Jeff Smith by the narrowest of margin, 6-5. And the Mad Monk out 6-2 to Gilding.
I've got everyone on the old Barry Keane thing now, haven't I?
You have, mate. Sometimes I have to second guess myself. It is King Barry, isn't it? Yeah. I said Josh Payne and Kim Hybrids could be tasty. That's not disappointing. 2-1 to Josh Payne with 107 average at the moment. Kim Hybrids averaging a ton.
How good would it back to see Richie Burnett back on the Euro Tour?
Oh, please. I just want to see him back playing more darts, and like it, I think he'd be more suited to that one-off type, like this environment, or that one-off environment like the seniors, where he's got just sort of the one match and then a nice long break and get ready for another one. I think really think he'd blossom in that environment. And he's one of the players. It's not that he doesn't have that high level game, but there's just no room for error in that PDC, especially at the top end. Numbers.
A great setup from Dom Taylor to leave 32.
It's been another solid leg, hasn't it? This is after 12. Sorry, after 15. That's double 7, double 9. Ooh.
Bit wild.
Messy. Bit of line, all that.
24. Moreno require 90.
Should go 20s and make sure. I like that.
Double 5.
I like that a lot.
Yep.
85.
Well, it's not a line adjustment, is it? You're just sort of just over pitching that first dart. If it finds the trouble, happy days. If it don't, it don't. Not effectively chase the treble, which is something that is my. Oh, I hate it. It's a 19 dart hold and a lead.
Moreno to throw first.
Who else has been putting in some mad numbers this year? Mickey Mansell.
Yeah.
60.
Just wish we could speed him up a little bit.
Yeah.
Fabulous player, but it's
not easy on the eye.
No.
Lovely fella, by the way.
Top guy. This is what I mean. People get very defensively when we talk about slow players. We're not saying
60.
They're not great players. It's just not easy to watch. That you look at it. That watch
46.
Back in the day when Menzel Sudovic put in 100 average, it was like, well, it was all right. But watch MVG do it. It looked electric.
Yeah.
Or Gary.
I think we've been
100.
The game has sort of changed in the last sort of 10 years. We've been spoilt really by these quick fire, high scoring players. Adrian Lewis's and so on. Michael Smith being a perfect example. MVG, Dirk of the modern era of speed merchants.
Rat-a-tat-tat.
Yeah, it is. It is exactly that.
59.
But Blom throw is under some pressure here.
Well, this is what when we talk about confidence and a bit of momentum, we're seeing exactly that here. When we go back to that Jack Main Dom Taylor game, match number 3 of the day, which was those two players' first matches, it was, well,
140.
average would be giving it a compliment, but Dom bounced back with a really impressive 4-2 performance against Klaasen, and then continued with a 4-1 win over Danny Lauby, and he's just got that momentum at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely.
80. Dummy require 100.
Can it continue here? May go top stops. Good effort.
60. Moreno require 20. Game shot of the second leg, Moreno Blom.
Well, both the opening 2 legs are holds, and both won in the identical number of darts, 19.
Moreno did well there as well, because his throw was under some pressure. He's come through the other side of that well.
Game on.
Is match number
100.
10 of 15 still to bring you in this opening day of Group A. Gerald Cole against Danny Lauby up next, then Jack Main against Jelle Klaasen, and then the players are back for their final matches. Cole against Taylor, Klaasen against Blom, and Lauby against Jack Main.
Really enjoyed today so far. It's been a good group.
Yeah, well, it was always going to be a bit of a good group. We all
140.
saw the potential in this group. I think it'll be one of those that gets better and better as the players become more and more comfortable with their environment. Wilson, Jeremy Dodger, involved in a cracker with James Wade. Wilson currently 4-3 up. Wade averaging 99. As we get our first max of the contest, and it's against throw for Moreno Blom.
James Wade having to qualify for Euro Tours.
155.
I know. And he's got a fair bit to defend this year, hasn't he? Starting with the UK Open, is that right?
102.
No, he's defended that, I think.
He's done that already. God, is that gone already? Jeez. It would have been 2020, wouldn't it? Where he beat Luke Humphries in the final.
No, it was 2021, wasn't it? So he's defending it.
The third leg, Dom Taylor.
Ton topping finish for Dom Taylor. Takes out the 102. Single 20.
Fourth leg is
Moreno 14 and pins double tops, and we get a fist pump from him. He knows that was big.
58.
That despite Moreno Blom having a 180 in that leg as well.
58. 30.
But there's a chance here for Taylor to pounce. That's a mistake from Moreno Blom on his own throw. But Taylor can't step in. 2 wild darts.
26.
Get a bed and breakfast.
And James Wade potentially could be out the top 16 if he goes early at the UK Open.
He'll be one that when his name comes out in that draw, he doesn't see Michael van Gerwen, Gerwin Price,
60.
Michael Smith.
Yeah, the list goes on, doesn't it?
Peter Wright, Johnny Clayton.
100. 100. 140.
Difficult start for Moreno Blom, but he's found his feet in this leg.
Only a hold, though. Gonna need a breaker throw to win the match, isn't he?
100. Moreno require 113. 93.
This is tops for a
Dom
113.
require 157.
157. This will be a roof raiser to break for Dom Taylor. Gone downstairs first, can't find it. So Moreno Blom will be back for double 10
99.
to hold.
Moreno require 20.
This is for 2 apiece.
Game shot of the fourth leg. Moreno
Right in the
Blom.
heart of the double 10 of the 4 legs. We are level.
Fifth leg is Dom to throw
19
first.
dart holder
Game
throw.
on. 60. 43.
And it's one of those type of matches that we've already seen on multiple times today, Phil, where one player looks like he's just trying to hold on. And that one player in this match
134.
is Moreno.
Yeah, well, he'll be delighted that he's not behind because he could be quite easily.
Absolutely.
140.
He'll take 2-2 at this stage.
How many times do we see it, though? That player that's holding on right at the death finds something.
Yeah, finds that 12 darter from
93.
absolutely nowhere.
$135.
Dom Taylor needs something here because Moreno Blom is just lurking around. That 140 gets him within touching distance of a finish. But that's a great reply from Dom Taylor.
Yeah, down to 74, and his finishing of late has been
59.
pretty clinical,
Dom
hasn't it?
requires 74.
Yeah. 14s.
32,
Game shot of
just
the
like
fifth
that.
leg, Dom Taylor.
and that's a 14 dart hold, and now is 1 away from making it 3 on the spin to top the table.
Six leg is Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, and again, Dom Taylor, like we said, just flexed his muscles. Moreno's 140, put him in the leg. Dom Taylor was having absolutely none of it.
60.
Another product of their Bristol dart scene.
140.
Yeah, one of many at the moment. There's a fair few. Well, if you take the West Country as a whole at the moment, looking quite healthy.
100.
And these ADC events, weekly events, popping up all over the place, giving
97.
players lots of opportunities. And as much as I used to love the league dart system, I think that's
It's a dying breed.
it's very much like county darts, isn't it?
Darts is very much a single sport, and the way
60.
things are
Well,
going.
it's all about value for money, and there ain't a lot of money about. And if you've got the opportunity to come out, play competitive darts, and it not cost you money, and open doors to
121.
other things, what you're going to do? Spend £300 or £400 on a county weekend, which wins you nothing, or support the ADC events. It's a no-brainer for me.
Well, we've seen arguments raging on
100.
social media over
And
the
you
last
only get the one game if you
85.
play Super League. It's just one match, one match, and again you got to pay fees every week, and again you win nothing,
45.
or you pay your entry fee instead of league fees, and you get an opportunity to play 3, 4, 5, 6 games, and I say open other doors and win even more money.
We'll come back to this in a second because it's a very good point. But
59.
Moreno Blom looking at
Moreno
tops
require 40.
to level up and send us the distance. Going to 10s. That's inside. Chasing for 5s.
30.
Can't hit. So Dom Taylor,
Dom require
Can win it.
122.
122. We'll start on the 18s. finds the treble. But goes astray with dart 2.
72.
So Moreno
When you
Blom
require 10.
to level. He's chasing around the board.
Game short on the
But
sixth
chase
leg,
as well.
Moreno Blom.
Yeah, and last knock-ins. A 21 dart hold takes us all the way. 6 holds a throw, 3 apiece. Just a quick update. James Wilson did
Seventh
eventually
and
get the better
final
of
leg. It's
James
done
Wade
for
in a
first. Game on.
6-4, a match that James Wade averaged 98.87, 93 for Wilson. Hybrid's got the better of Josh Payne, averaging 99, winning 6-3. Well, we mentioned Ian White and the massive improvements as Dom Taylor pops in
96.
his first max of the match. We mentioned timing, didn't we? Yeah. He's 5-1 up on Martin Lukeman at the moment, averaging 100.79. Anybody would think we know what we're talking about, pal.
100.
Yeah, I'm saying, Max, there's plenty of arguments raging on social media about county darts at the moment, about with
57.
the cost of living and the way it is, how it's not been regionalised yet, that you've got teams travelling 6-7 hours on a coach and whatever. It's just not feasible, is it?
Well, and looking at the costings involved and how much
77.
Super Leagues pay to the county system and how much the counties pay, I mean, it's a staggering amount of money
99.
being raked in, and I don't see it getting paid out.
144.
Maybe it is somewhere, but I don't know where. I've never won any money for playing Super League or county. Yeah, and there's fewer and few players
58.
available to play county or want to play county anymore. So, you know, you always hear it. You know, you only got to look at the averages and
85.
people
Dummy require 86.
scratching around to try and find players to play. Yeah, your big counties will always survive, your Lancashire and Yorkshire, but you know, your other the normal counties.
Game shot and the match.
And
Dom
there
Taylor.
it is. Dom Taylor pins the 86 to win this one 4-3 against Moreno Blom. 86.13 average for Dom Taylor. 66% on his doubles. 4 from 6, a 102 finish being the highlight as he wins 3 on the spin. And Taylor is the man making a move in Group A. Coming up to this short break, we will see Jared Cole against Danny Lauby.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break we saw Dom Taylor claim a 4-3 success against Moreno Blom, doing so with an 86.13 average and 4 out of 6 on his doubles to get the better of the young Dutchman. Well, next up for us, it will be lights out and away we throw. This is going to be played at a real frantic pace as Jelle Klaasen takes on Danny Lauby. Lauby in his 4-0 success against Moreno Blom. He got that game done in 6 minutes and 3 seconds. Now that equates to around about a minute and a half a leg. And if these two get at it, we could be seeing some quick-paced darts. Here's Phil Bars and Chris Mason. Wonder if they'll do it Grand National style.
Absolutely, H. We might need to. Going to be fast and furious, that is for sure. And maybe a car crash along the way as well.
I don't think anybody will be falling at the first. Let's put it that way.
Might be a pile up towards the end, though.
Plenty of hands, not too many heels in this one.
Speaking of horse racing, Cheltenham is upon us as well.
Can't beat a bit of
First leg is
Cheltenham,
Jared
can
to throw first. Game on.
I used to had a wonderful gig at Cheltenham, the whole of the festival, in playing darts in one of the hospitality tents.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, it
85.
was stunning.
Lauby not hanging around.
180.
As he fires in a max in record time.
$134.
Had the feeling this was going to be good.
Yeah. Well, they're both
100.
well up to speed now, aren't they? They're both settled. Can't be nothing but a good game, surely.
Yeah. Styles make games, and these are
60.
both suited.
Yeah. They'll both enjoy the pace of each other, won't they?
This would be a match on
100.
Tinder.
$70. Danny require 121.
A 1-2-1 for an early breaker throw. Gone that way again, Mace.
105.
Gone for the 25 first.
Garrett require 152.
Well, I don't mind that strategy when the opponent's on 152.
That's not going to go, so Danny Lauby will be back to break throw.
85. Danny requires 16. Game shown in the first
And
leg.
break,
Danny
he
Lauby.
does an impressive first leg. 13 dart breaker throw for the American.
Yeah, assisted by that early max, of course.
Second leg is
Followed by
Danny to
a
throw
couple
first.
of tons.
Game on.
105 in there as well. Tops the 88.
100.
Again, we're seeing a lot of them today playing with this moulded flight system. Jelle Klaasen bangs in his first max, but there's a lot in this group using the moulded setup. Danny Lauby being one of them.
Well, it's quite funny because they were pretty much fair darts back in the day, the moulded flight and stem, but the technology and the way the
99.
system and the mould is balanced now. I mean, when you think about it, a moulded system, they can't not
60.
bend, and the problem with the traditional type is getting everything square. The players carry these special cases so the dart and the flight are all kept completely square,
95.
independent from each other. I did try it for a while. I used the... I can't remember
60.
which one I used
Garrett
for a
require
while, but
127.
just so expensive.
They are, but there's also the downside to them for me is there's no giving them.
No, that's why you get so many fallout.
Bounce outs.
They're not bounce outs
because they're just
they're fallouts, aren't
where with the system that Jelle Klaasen using, which is a more traditional system, if you flick the flight, you're still going to end up in the board 9 times out of 10. It might not be the intended target, but you're still going to score something.
Way more forgiving, aren't they?
Yeah, and I know Chizzy's gone to the moulded setup, and he says he loves them, but I don't think it does Chizzy's game any good because he's had more on the floor in the last 6 months than I've ever seen before for that reason.
Yeah, well, we got
56.
a large sample of data for Chizzy's game, so it'd be quite
47.
easy to analyse to see if,
Yeah.
you know, is he hitting more 180s or less? Because that's the predominantly the basis of his game, isn't it?
15.
Is the 180s.
Then you require
Big
20.
moments here. Jared Cole has missed an opportunity to break straight
Game
back,
shot on
and
the second leg, Danny Lauby.
piles in onto double 10, and he leads 2-0.
Not having none of it. Consolidates the break of throw in leg one with
Third
a
leg is
20
Jared
dart
to
hold in
first.
leg
Game
2.
on.
And a 2-0 lead, and Jared is under it again.
127.
The old rule of thumb, it's not a break unless you hold.
59. $40. 60.
Just in a little bit of a lull here. We started off with some fireworks, but Jared's beating himself up here. That's not a poorly thrown dart.
95.
It's just slid the other side of the wire.
Yeah, it just gives too much away to his opponent. That's the thing. If you see your opponent struggling and uncomfortable, as Dan Lauby just uses his resin bag to get a little bit of grip. Yeah, it's a real boost when you stood
100.
behind your opponent. You can see he's mumbling to himself and chuntering away. You think, well, I've got you here.
123.
Jared Cole leaves the finish.
60. Jared, you require 116.
19s by the look of his eye. I like that route as well for one. I'm a 19s man on 116.
42.
I don't know. What would you prefer, the adjustment from the treble 19 area to
41.
tops, or the adjustment
Jared, you require
from the treble 20
74.
area to double 18s, which is pretty much on the same?
I'm a tops over a double 18. I'm not a
Right.
double 18 fan.
That makes sense. What I don't understand is players who prefer tops go in the treble 20 route.
34.
Yeah.
$140. Jared, you require 40.
Tops to get a leg on the board. Comes low.
Game shot on the
No
third
mistake
leg,
with that one though,
Jared
Mace.
Cole.
No, and it is a much needed holder throw for Jared. A 20 dart hold. At least he'll feel like he's in the game. He's
Fourth
got
leg is Danny to throw
still
first.
a lot to do. A hold
Game on.
here from Danny, and he's in a world of trouble. He's going to have no wiggle room
100.
from 3-1 down.
Going to be on the ropes. He's going to need to find a Maurizio Lara left hook.
60.
But Leewood's chin still hurting now. God, he caught him right on the point of it as well, didn't
59.
he? Oh, beautiful finish.
I
Always
shuddered.
looked likely.
I shuddered just watching it.
Well, it's absolutely fascinating to read on
96.
Facebook the amount of people you can tell that's never been it on the whiskers going, I can't believe they stopped it.
81.
He got up, he didn't know what day of the week it was.
No. Yeah, it's always those with an opinion that have no experience of the situation. It's quite a bizarre world we live in now. Everyone's an expert.
96.
The one that makes me laugh is when they go, yeah, but there's only 10 seconds left.
Yeah, count to 10.
You know, count to 10. How many times would Maurizio Lara have landed in those 10 seconds?
57.
Trust me, I've been in there with 10 seconds to go, just trying to stay on your feet, and yeah, it's just horrendous.
99.
And that's not on the back of being. I'm just in a normal 4-rounder.
60. Jared, you require 100.
And the fight was at such a high pace as well, wasn't it?
Jared Cole has stolen the darts here, but that's a slip.
42. Danny
Has that
require
just handed
144.
Danny Lauby a lifeline. His throw was under the cosh. That's unlucky.
Although Jelle Cole
128.
still with
Require 108.
big work to do with this 108.
He's a 19s
Yep.
man as well on this.
96.
He got that
Danny
in the
requires
end.
16.
But is it too late?
Game
There's
shot
your
of the fourth
answer.
leg, Danny Lauby.
The 19 darter from Danny is a break. Is it a break?
No, it's
No,
just
it's
a hold.
Fifth
But he
leg,
is
it's
just
Jared to throw first.
one away.
Game on.
Jelle Cole now at the point of no return.
I'm saying it's a very modern way of finishing, using the 16s, 19s, and 17s now, isn't it?
180.
When you can do that, why not keep it simple? I mean, there's an argument for and an argument
91.
against, I think. It depends how comfortable, I suppose, you are using other parts of the board, and I suppose that is very much a modern thing. Back in my day,
43.
it was a last resort to use treble 19. You know, you just didn't want to. Never mind even think about using it in a combination shot where, you know, 303 back in the day. If you hit 2 treble 20s, yeah, you'd think about a 13 or a 19, but you wouldn't be thinking, oh,
125.
7 19s to leave 170. You just wouldn't think that way.
No. The dartboard has been reinvented in terms of mathematical
Oh,
equations.
absolutely. It's moved on a million miles an hour as well. The last 10 years has been astronomical. How the evolution of the
56.
The counting and the different type of, and how early they're thinking in the leg about that. Yet they still do that same thing where they'll go 20-20 and go for a treble 19, which makes no sense whatsoever.
17s.
Yeah.
Because the breakdown is so much better.
Yeah.
But Danny Lauby is going to get a poke at this 126 to win it. And he will start 19s. He's not going to get a go at the ball. So Jared Cole
86.
gets a stay of execution
40.
as he comes back for tops.
I like that terminology.
Oh, that's a great last start.
Jared Cole
just clipped it off the one that was sat on the wrong side of the wire, and Jared Cole holds in 18. But this is the one he has to mount an assault on the Danny Lauby throw.
Game on.
Yeah, great 180 in the leg as well there from Jared.
59.
You'll want to jump all over that in a must-win leg. No trouble for Lauby could be a disaster, especially when Jared Cole piles into the treble 20.
78.
Jared Cole has stolen the darts.
99.
Danny Lauby needs to find big trebles.
100.
And he'll be disappointed there. The first dart was absolutely plumb, just begging to be hit, and he couldn't do it.
I have to say,
98.
been impressed with our referee on debut this week, Danny McNamara.
Yeah, first time I met him this morning.
Yeah, he's got a lovely voice, hasn't he?
Yeah.
It's very soothing.
100. Jared Jaguar 164.
I like his style.
Very calm and collected on stage.
Well, you know a great referee. You just don't know he's there.
Correct.
Jaguar 164.
That's why George Noble is regarded as the #1 in the business.
84.
Don't tell him that.
No.
Jared requires 75.
Morning, George.
Yeah, morning. Still morning? No, afternoon, George.
Game shot of the
Hope
sixth leg.
hope the
Jared
sun's
Cole.
not too hot.
Brilliant from Jared Cole. Was up against it at 3-1 down. Back-to-back legs send us all the way. And he has the darts, more importantly.
Seventh and final leg is Jared to throw first.
Yeah, stunning break
Game
and
on.
throw in 15 from Jared. Taking out the 75.
45.
But then, is that a disaster at the beginning of the leg?
60.
Going away with it. Lauby can't find a treble. Jared Cole, we're thinking just that. That's saying 180.
135.
Just over adjusted the last dart.
100.
Nothing in it.
By the sounds of it, George is going to be back here tomorrow. Coming back for a rest. It's been a bit tiring in Tenerife.
44.
Everybody seems to go to Tenerife again. It seems to be the most fashionable. I suppose you're guaranteed the weather
Guaranteed.
pretty much.
Canaries this time of year, you're going to get a bit of sun.
One of the big managers, of course, Mackay, is always out there, isn't he?
60.
Right, chance for Lauby to leave something handy.
100.
That was minimum, wasn't it?
Yeah. He's down to a finish first, which just makes Jared Cole think. He's thinking quite well.
Could do with another.
99. Then
Now I make Lauby
141.
favourite for the match.
I do know. 62.
109.
That's an imperious
Jared
setup.
require 118.
That says to Jared Cole, can you take out?
And if you do, you deserve it.
He's going to get a dart.
Tops.
Game
That
shot
is
and the match,
absolutely
Jared Cole.
outstanding from Jared Cole. He trailed 3-1 and finds a ton-topping finish to win it. Danny Lauby, 109 setup to leave 32, piled the pressure on that finish, and Jared Cole was equal to it. Fabulous game of darts that one, played at a great pace, but it is Jared Cole who takes the points. Coming up after this short break, we are going to see Jack Main against Jelle Klaasen.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where 118 got Daddy's number as Jared Cole pinned a 118 finish to get the better of the American by 4 legs to 3. Lauby, you actually outscored Jared for the vast majority of that match, had 15 scores of a ton plus in that match, but it was Jared with that 118 finish, which got him over the line in a decider. So let's have a look then at the table then. Just one more game to go in the 4th round of fixtures. It's Dom Taylor at the top of the pile on 6 points. Klaasen and Main both on 4. They are going toe-to-toe in our next match. But the table is developing quite nicely as we head towards the final game, as I say, of the 4th round of fixtures here on Monday at the MODUS Super Series. And next up for us, it's Main against Klaasen, and here's Mace and Bars.
Thank you very much, H, and welcome back, everyone. Jelle Klaasen looking to join Dom Taylor on 6 points at the top of Group A. But I want to go back to that 118 finish from Jared Cole in the deciding leg. The setup play from Danny Lauby was outstanding. And Jared Cole coolly pins 118. What a shot.
Yes, pal, it was a little bit special, wasn't it? He really did find one out of the top draw to deny.
First leg, it's Jack to throw first.
Lauby, another win, but it is Dom Taylor who seems to be on a bit of a roll, but an opportunity for these two to close the gap. 42. So far today, Jelle Klaasen has gone down 4-3 to Danny Lauby, then went down 4-2 to Dom Taylor, then got a 4-1 win against Jared Cole. Jack Main got a 4-3 win over Dom Taylor, then went down 4-2 to Jared Cole before getting a narrow 4-3 win over Moreno Blom.
136.
This is the final match of the 4th cycle of games. Following this one, all the players will have 100 more to play.
Yeah, and for the opening day, we all know it can be a little bit nervy. We've seen some scintillating stuff. Jelle Klaasen has stolen the darts here from Jack Main. Leaves 101 after 9.
81.
And the Cobra sniffing an early break of throw.
$93.
Well, it's all about now
38.
Putting a bit of a stamp down for tomorrow, isn't it?
Yeah, making sure you're in contention heading into moving day.
Yeah. Traditionally, Tuesday, of course, is where players tend to really make a move in either direction.
Yep, not always positive.
86. Jelle require 8.
Sometimes you can be evicted from Group 8.
Yeah, you just can't leave yourself too far adrift.
4.
How are they not in?
Jack, you require 52.
Well, even Jelle Klaasen is shaking his head in disbelief there.
2 well thrown darts, both hugging the wire. But this would be a real steal from Jack Main.
32.
And he can't take it.
4.
Almost the same spot, isn't it?
Game shot of the first
but this
leg,
time the
Jelle
adjustment
Klaasen
is there.
Yeah, gets over the line in that one. And it was a 17 dart break of throw in the end.
Second leg, it's Jelle to throw first. Game on.
And Danny Lauby's just picked up 1 win today.
59.
He's played better than that.
Yeah. I mean, he's going to have to beat Jack Main in the final match of the session. So if you can...
57.
I mean, you want to be on 6 points. 4 points minimum, isn't it?
Yeah, 4 points is a minimum after day 1.
You're within striking distance of topping the table 98. On day 2 then.
Mind you, we've seen darts as a real
39.
confidence and carefree sport. David Evans obviously made his debut a couple of weeks ago, and coming off the tour,
58.
He found it tough. And in Group A, he struggled. Thursday in Group C, massively struggled.
58.
But then, all of a sudden, from nowhere, we saw the David Evans
playing with freedom
from 2020 because there wasn't that pressure on his shoulders.
96.
I mean, I first watched David Evans when we first started. We were doing this from the players' houses or garages or dark rooms, conservatories in the case of
59.
Jared Cole, and I was astounded. I'd not seen the likes of what I was seeing David Evans hit. I mean, literally 100+ averages with ridiculous
96.
regularity, and he's never quite built.
Well, we've seen spells. Obviously, he qualified for a couple of Euro tours from the associate member qualifiers when he was on the Challenge
60.
Tour and produced
Jelle
well.
Klaasen, 94.
Went to the World Championships, although he lost, performed well. But I think that burden and pressure of being a tour card holder was like 2 lead weights on either shoulder for him.
Yeah,
71.
yeah, and he just never quite.
Jackie O'Quire, 128.
It never quite sat with him, did it? He never seemed, from getting that tour card, never seen the same player.
No, but I just think, and
Mark McGuinney's another one.
Yeah, I use the Nathan Aspinall
56.
comparison a
Jelle
lot.
Klaasen,
That
23.
remember, the Aspinall we see now hasn't always been there. He lost his tour card, and as he openly says, going into Q
15.
school, he had a tenner in his bank.
Jackie
Yeah,
O'Quire,
but
72.
the difference is when he lost it, he got it straight back.
But I'm saying is, if David Evans can win it back, I think a year here and a year playing on the ADC will teach him to win again. And I think he can then go back and do
52.
damage second time
I
around.
agree. Well,
Jelle
he's now got a platform to rebuild on. This wasn't there, was it?
No, you've got
He's
this on the
on the second
ADC.
leg,
He
Jelle
can go and
Klaasen.
play regular darts as Jelle Klaasen doubles his lead to 2-0 over Jack Main. Like, it's a scrappy hole
I mean,
of throat.
prior to having this in place before, when a player
Third
lost
leg
a
is
card,
Jack Israel first.
they'd have a year
Game
of
on.
sulking and just literally thinking about what went wrong. Now
140.
you haven't got time. You can get straight back on the horse and away you go again.
Yeah, absolutely. And
100.
I think we'll see David Evans rebuild his darting career this year.
Well, the throw, everything.
Silk.
Yeah, everything is there. I say I've never seen the lights from
60.
a player. If, for me, it was complete obscurity. I know he was a solid county player, etc. But the levels he was
82.
playing at, absolutely frightening. And I say it's not a breakdown of the throw. There's nothing there I can see looking at videotape from then and now. It's
50.
Pure confidence.
yeah. And that's what the Pro Tour can do to you. It's so unforgiving, and it's very much a make or break
58.
environment. Because just when you think, "Oh, I'll be all right," you can have a run of walking into Gezi first round, Michael Smith first round, Damon Hetta first round. The list is endless. MVG first
121.
round.
Well, this is
Peter
what I
Wright.
mean. When you first get that card, the way the Pro Tour draws are done, they are brutal.
Oh, it's savage.
54.
Absolutely
Jackie O'Quire,
savage.
130.
And there's no reward.
No.
There's no financial gain of getting a tour card.
Nope. Look, we've spoken about that many times.
37.
Because ultimately, it's not like you've entered a knockout and you're getting beat in a prelim or a first round. You've qualified to be in the first
139.
round of a
Jackie O'Quire,
competition,
93.
and there's no prize money.
Nowhere else would you go to work and not get paid. And I'm not saying first round
Being
losers.
John of the third leg, Jack Main.
Jack Main pins a 93. We'll come back to that in a second. But Jack Main has half the deficit, is a 93 finish for a 17 dart holder throw. And Jack Main has a foothold in this game. Going back
Fourth
to
leg
it,
is the yellow to throw
you're
first.
going to
Game
work,
on.
so you should get financially rewarded. No, I'm not saying you get rewarded well, but at least you cover your costs. Even if
54.
it's 250 quid for losing in the first round, that covers the player's expenses.
Absolutely. It's not like the players don't generate
21.
enough money to get them there in the first place via Q school. But it's not like I say, it's not a competition. You're in the first round of a tournament, and by
65.
definition, they have limited the entries to 128. By getting a card, you've qualified for the first round of that tournament, and there's no reward.
Absolutely.
74.
In time, either levels will drop because it'll be
90.
those that can afford to play who are not necessarily the best players out there.
Well, I've said this for a while, that it's not always the best 128 that have tour cards.
60.
What we said, the real expense starts when you get a tour card.
Yeah. When your mucker,
94.
Mr. Wazza goes, there's your bill for you with the extra.
Well, the thing is, you're going to have to take the Friday off of work to travel to the venue.
57.
If there's Euro Tour qualifiers on the Monday, you got the Monday off. So there's, you know, if you tend to normally work weekends or at least work a Saturday, there's 3 days off of work. If you were, I don't know, what's the average, 100 odd quid a day, I suppose, the average minimum wage or whatever. But then you're minus 300. Then your hotels. Then your expenses while you're there. And you have to find a very forgiving boss who will give you the time off. It's not like you win a tour card and the PDC go, right, there's 100 grand for year one. You crack on, son.
So maximum
180
for Jack Main,
40.
just to apply some pressure on this 40 for Jelle Klaasen. But the Cobra says pressure. What pressure?
Pressure's for tyres, pal.
As he gobbles up double 10.
Yeah, showed some good resistance there, Jack Main, in finding that max, but ended up being
60.
all for nothing. And dare I say it, a wasted 180 in the end.
Nothing worse than the old dead cat 180.
97.
And then especially when you start your next row with 60, you think, why didn't I just save that max for there?
Yeah. Can I swap them round?
65.
I know one thing for sure, mate. We'd make the PDC skint fairly quickly anyway, wouldn't we?
Yeah, you know.
We got plenty of ideas. No, it might not be a particularly
59.
good business model, but you know, like I always say that
It looked good for the players.
you know, we're never critical. We're just looking for other options
78.
and options that would help the players and ultimately help the game. But listen, they do 99% more right than they do wrong, which is why it's a sustainable and successful business that continues to grow.
123.
But like you say, that they get most things right. Look, there's stuff that we don't agree with, but that's
100.
the way life is.
Yeah, but we're allowed to.
Yeah.
We're allowed to not like things. You know, we seem to live in this world that, you know, dare we be critical of something, but it's something
114.
that, you know, we also see the other side of the coin of how much good things they do.
Oh, completely. Not that Jenks agrees.
62.
I say I
Jack,
dream
you're
of being a
80.
player right now. It must be unbelievable.
Oh, there's never been a better time to be a player. Jack Main has missed the big number.
40.
How costly is
They
that going to
require
be?
80.
Because
Well,
Jelle Klaasen
it
should
looked
get
a
a
very
match start.
safe 20, didn't it? I think he was caught in between going tops.
40.
Well, a match start.
Jack, you require 40.
Can Jack Main extend this game? Going the wrong way,
Game shot of the fifth leg.
but
Jack Main.
finds it last dart in hand. Jelle Klaasen has missed a match dart, but it is a holder throw for Jack Main. And now Jelle Klaasen will throw
Six leg is
for a
yellow. Roll first.
4-2 victory
Game on.
and move him level on points at the top of Group A.
What a way to start.
190.
Absolutely slams in his first max of the contest.
134.
Good reply.
Oh, hello.
190.
Have you done one, Barzy?
I have.
Oh, which one did you do?
I've done a few. I did Martin Adams.
Oh, yeah, you
And I
did, yeah.
And I did one on the PDC
81.
home tour as well. I've done two, but
41.
we're getting excited. Jelle Klaasen 141. It's not going to go.
83.
At one point, I had a delightful stat that will please you as well, that I'd done more than John Rawlin had done. He's had a few more recent ITV, but at one point I was up.
180.
But Jelle Klaasen, 58 for the points.
Game shot.
And that is
and a match,
clinical
Jelle
from the
Klaasen.
Cobra. He threatened the 9, went back to back, but gets the job done in 11 darts. That's a massive 2 points for Jelle Klaasen as he goes joint top of Group A on 6 points. And there we have the numbers, an 83.60 average for Jelle Klaasen. No 140s, but 2 180s. Tidy enough on the outer ring, 30%. But up next, we are going to see the joint leader, Dom Taylor, against Jared Cole after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jelle Klaasen finished in style. He threatened the 9, but he got an 11 darter to get the better of Jack Main by 4 legs to 2. That rounds off the 4th round of fixtures. So let's have a look at the table. As you can see, it's nicely split, nicely weighted. 2 players on 6, 2 players on 4, and 2 players on 2. So we are going to have potentially quite the run for the line in our final few matches. Well, it kicks off with the battle between Jared Cole and Dom Taylor. And so for Phil Bars and Chris Mason, it's seconds out, round 5.
Ding, ding. Thank you very much, Henry. And welcome back, everyone. Huge game in the table. A Jared Cole win can make it rather congested at the top. Dom Taylor win, and he goes 2 points clear.
Henry's so posh, it's a bit more like ding dong. Yes, an interesting final 3 matches to bring you. Looking at the odds, Jared Cole 8-13, Dom Taylor, who's just won the 3 on the spin, 6-5. That made the eyebrows raise of myself and Phil Bars. Klaasen against Moreno, they go 4-9 Jelle. Don't mind that. Moreno 13-8. But Danny Lauby, who has only picked up 2 points but has been playing at a seriously high level, is 4-6, 11-10 Jack Main. Make of that what you will. I would go
Jared to throw first.
Taylor,
Game on.
Klaasen, Danny Lauby. That would be my final treble of the day.
Aces minis treble for round 5.
Yeah. But it is so annoying because they get it wrong but get it right. But we can't ignore the performances 59 in the last 3 matches from that man there, Dom Taylor.
1-3 on the spin for a reason. Playing some good stuff
31
along the way.
And the only one he lost was 4-3 by the narrowest of margins to Jack Main.
$100.
Already, he's forging ahead, but Jared Cole fights back.
177.
That'll do.
That works. Getting the old red pen out, mate.
Yep. Old school.
43.
The old Super League players out there, you'll understand about the red pen and the perfect red pen leg.
Yeah, we're old school in this room today, haven't we, mates? We've got pen and paper. And
119.
I'm even using a pencil with a rubber on the end.
I like that. I'm a fan of that.
Plum in the 60, begging for a neighbour.
140.
Gets it.
Jared
Had to have at least two in there, the way they were
129.
sat.
Oh, it's middle and high, perfect for Dom Taylor. Ball.
Will he go for it or will he set up?
97.
I like that.
Yeah, 159. It's their final match of the day. Keep things simple. Do everything you can in your power just to get 2 points on the board.
97.
Yeah.
Jared
Although
O'Dwyer,
look,
32.
for us watching, it would have been a lovely finish. More importantly, is winning the leg and getting the points on the
Game
board.
shot of the first leg, Jared Cole.
Well, especially if you backed ton plus finishes or ball finishes.
Yeah.
Those won't be happy with it, but a 16
Take a look
dart
at his
hold, a
thumbs on the first
177 in the
game.
leg. All in all, Jared Cole will be more than happy with the start he's made here.
100.
Bit impressed with Dom Taylor today. Didn't see the best of him the last time he played. Certainly
99.
seeing an example of his ability today.
Yeah, completely agree. Wonder if he misses the squeaky floorboard from Southampton.
No one misses that, mate.
26.
And that's 26 the hard way. There's never a good time to find 26,
58.
but potentially has got away with a bit there.
Yeah, Jared couldn't find a treble and didn't take advantage of the slip from Dom Taylor.
60.
That's plum.
I was going to say he
That-
might get
that's
punished.
begging.
He might get punished this time.
Yeah.
125.
And as well, I don't like to label players like this, but Jared is a complete first start merchant.
Oh, without doubt. Right, a few other results to bring you of note. In the
98.
European Tour 3, is it? Yeah, Euro Tour 3 qualifier. Adrian Lewis has gone through. Graham Usher beat Chris Dobie 6-5. We mentioned him a bit earlier. Jim Williams through. Barney through with 102 average against John O'Shea. Ian White through. Mentioned him a little earlier. Cameron Menzies 6-4 over Mensa Silovic with 105 average.
Barney's just starting to do bits and bobs, isn't he?
Oh, isn't he ever?
99. Jared O'Dwyer, 160.
Thought he was outstanding in the slam, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, hello.
140.
Not for the first time today.
Dom
We've seen
O'Dwyer,
160 missed on
118.
tops.
No. Just looking at Jared's points as well. I'm not sure they comply with the new rule.
58.
What's your
Jared
do you-
O'Dwyer, 20.
what's your take on that? Do you agree with the rule on the points?
Yeah, I do. And look, I'm not against aggressive points because I use a slightly
Game
aggressive
shot of the
point,
second
but
leg, Jared Cole.
don't do damage. But we'd seen multiple players using things that were absolutely just
No, I tell you where,
Wrecking
for
balls.
me,
Jared to throw first.
I've not
Game
had a
on.
real deep dig into it, right? But let's have a look at Jared Cole, for example. The aggressive part of that point does not enter the dart.
100.
He fingers the point. That's where.
yeah. Which the new rule, you're still allowed it at the top end. That's fine.
Yeah.
It's
How long? How
15 mil from the tip of the point up has to be.
Right. Well, that's
59.
yeah. I mean, yeah. I don't know.
119.
I mean, I think that looks about 15 mil, so I think Jared might be okay.
The
But
thing
I
is-
mean, these points are introduced for a reason. I said this about 6 years ago and was laughed at about it, and I think you mentioned it yesterday
100.
on your broadcast watching the Pro Tour, that apart from the unicorn boards were poorly made and poorly materials, these new boards, the Winmo board,
60.
they're consistent. They're stored now at room temperature. They don't have any hard spots, so you don't need that aggressive point. You can get away with them on these boards because they're dyed so deeply. The problem was the unicorn
94.
boards were made so cheaply. These are almost double dyed, so the thickness of dye. Where on them unicorn boards, as soon as they started to pull out some sisal, they'd leave big white spots, and the board instantly looked
60.
old. Where in fact they weren't. It was just the points being so destructive of the board, and they were so hard that the players were forced into finding a point that would keep the dart in the sisal.
Yeah, and it's
100.
more when these points do destroy boards, it's off-putting for the opponent as well because they're
Yeah.
going for a target area
That's now been
that's now just absolutely battered and,
Yeah.
and there's white all around it. So
92.
that's
Under
not fair.
it could almost be
140.
used as a tactical
completely.
approach.
So from that point of view, yeah, look, I think they've got it right. And players also can't moan that they've been given a year to get their house in order.
100.
Yeah.
Jared, you
A
require
bit like in
More.
golf.
Yeah,
When the anchored putt was outlawed, it was like, look, you've got a year to sort your technique out.
yeah. Find
Players,
something else.
you've got a year to sort your equipment out.
Yeah, that's fair enough, isn't it?
54.
Well, it's
Don't
same when they
require
changed
48.
the balls as well, didn't they? It's just to try and stop the 400-odd yard drives.
The Bryson DeChambeau approach.
Yeah.
Game shown on the third leg.
It's a great
Dom
dart there
Taylor.
from Dom Taylor, and he is
Yeah.
back in this tie.
Needed as well, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
breaks in 18. Jared Cole will be disappointed. He missed darts for 3-0. The opportunity was there for the king of the castle.
Fourth leg, it's Dom to
But
throw
now
first.
Dom Taylor has something to
Yeah.
attack.
Scott Williams, 5-4 up on Kevin Burness. Keegan Brown, 5-4 up on Devon Peterson. My boy, Dylan Slevin, 4-2 up
100.
on Ross Montgomery. Good game, that. Jamie Hughes, 3-1 up on Sparadans. Graham Hall, 3-2 up on Beaton. Graham Hall averaging 113.5 right now. 3-1 up on Beaton. 3-2.
59.
Cancel that. Beaton averaging 101.5. Rahman 3-0 up on Keen Barry. Doets 3-1 up on Matt Campbell. Ross Smith 3-0 up on Jules Van Dongen.
83.
118.66 right now for Ross Smith. Didn't Luke Humphries stick in a monster a few weeks
Yeah,
ago?
119.12, I think, something along those lines.
95.
Savage darts. So the first of the qualification games is Bradley Books against Jose de Souza. Top 24 winner. Well,
60.
yeah, 24 winners, isn't it? So it's the round of 48. Richie Burnett has to win one more game to qualify for a Euro Tour.
85.
Not that you've got to try and avoid being a little bit biased, but come on, Richie! Get up there, bye.
Buddy.
98.
Dom Taylor leaves a finish. Jared Cole, can you do the same? Yes,
Sure
is the
can.
answer.
98.
It's a
Don't
biggie.
require
We've
160.
seen Don Taylor miss tops for a 160, as we've seen that from Jared Cole. Right, now. That's a wonderful second dart.
100. Jared, you require 164.
Going downstairs.
Hey, we've not seen any big finishes today, have we?
Seen a couple that have been
104.
close, a couple of
Yeah.
wire
Requires
movers.
60.
20 and tops for a level game.
Game shot of the fourth leg. Dom Taylor.
Level game we have. Dom Taylor holds in 17.
Yeah, opening two going to Cole. Next two. to Dom Taylor. We now have a little
Fifth
best
leg
of
is
three.
Jared to throw first. Game on.
Dom Taylor is going to have to find another break of throw from somewhere to win it.
59.
Taylor will be disappointed there. Jared Cole offered up a chance.
Absolute fraction away as well, wasn't it, from the treble 20?
Yeah.
Just the other side of the upright that separates
85.
the treble 20 from the treble 1.
Last start was a bit of Richie Bennett's shoulder involved in that one.
It was a bit of burnout. Can't beat a bit of burnout.
100.
Part of me hopes he keeps his tour card, but the other half of me hopes he doesn't, so we can have him back here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to see him on the seniors. You can imagine what he'd have made of the tavern a couple
there'd
of
be
weeks
some that
ago.
wouldn't, though.
Yeah. Oh, he'd light that place up, wouldn't he? I don't want to play him, but, you know, someone else can.
Remember, it's only a small stage, so someone might be getting one around the chops.
81.
Yeah, I think they might have to extend the stage a little bit, especially behind. It's very small. I can't believe how small it was up there. It's tiny.
Same size as what it was.
I know.
But everyone just gets used to the
93.
monster of Ali
Yeah.
Pali, and
Oh, you can have a jog on the one at Ali Pali. It's so big.
Peter Wright gets out of breath doing his
100
dance.
120 odd feet, isn't it? Wide.
Ridiculous.
60.
Yeah. Supply some shin pads when whoever plays Bennett.
Yeah.
141.
Brilliant setup from Jared Cole. Leaves 68 after 15. Dom Taylor
Love the max,
with
wasn't
another maxes to apply pressure. And is he going to oblige?
140.
Second best.
Jared requires 68.
Going to get one dart at double 16.
Game shot
And
of
I
fifth
love
leg,
that
Jared
dart that was
Cole.
put as a marker.
I was
as a
about to
guide.
say, I love that, and I completely agree with you there, Mace.
I just love the approach. I don't know. I mean, you do see a lot of players do it nowadays, and it's a
Sixth leg is
sign
Dom
of
to throw
confidence.
first.
But
Game on.
if you put one down there, well, there's the result.
Yeah, because I'm going to use it as a marker.
Yeah.
Jared Cole is one leg away from absolutely congesting
41.
this Group A table.
Well, I don't know too much about this Jurgen van der Velde that Richie Burnett is playing to qualify for the Euro Tour, but he's 2-0 up, averaging 104. Does he normally do that?
Yeah, he can play.
Oh,
There was a lot of hype around him at European Q School.
You can only imagine what Richie's saying to himself right now.
140.
It's not broadcastable, that's for sure. Has he even got a passport?
93.
It's
100.
a fabulous last start there from Dom Taylor. Forced it into the gap, and he's looking favourite to level up and send us all the way.
58.
Another qualification match has just popped up on our screen for Euro Tour. Tony Martinez up against Steve Lennon.
Steve Lennon, another one that needs a big year. His card's in danger.
65.
Talking of throws, his is just beautiful. Tom Taylor going along quite nicely here,
96.
down to
Dom require
155.
155.
There's 6 darts at this to take us to a decider.
This game probably deserves a decider as well.
Agreed. Oh, Smith beats Jules van
80.
Dongen, who averaged 97. Well, Smith beats him 6-1 with 112.56. Wow.
50. Dom requires 75.
He's got lucky there, Jared Cole. I don't like that dart.
No. Oh, Dom.
Missed the big number.
It's all right. Make sure of the 17.
Now Jared Cole will be thinking, I've wired this once already today.
35.
Yep.
Jared, you require
This
160.
is all on the first dart.
That's perfect.
140.
Dom was smiling, but I'm sure behind that was a
Dom,
grimace.
you require 40.
Well, like us, we said on the first dart, and as soon as that one was sat up there, the other one was going there.
Dreamy, wasn't it?
It was just, did he have the
Well,
composure?
if he walked up and placed it in, he'd have put it there.
Game shown of the sixth
And he had the
leg,
composure
Dom
to level things up, and we do go to a quite apt 7th and deciding leg between
Taylor.
these
Seventh
two.
and final leg, it's Jared to throw
Average
first.
is similar.
Come on.
Every other stat very similar, except the finishing stats. 3 out of 4 so far for Dom
100.
Taylor. 3 out of 8 for Jared Cole.
Yeah, Jared Cole has missed one match start at that Whopper. Will he get another?
$60.
Again, using that marker so
140.
well.
Ton followed by a 140. Take that all day and twice on a Sunday in a last leg shootout.
Yeah, Dom Taylor, as I say, needs to find 2 trebles here.
Oh, he's on the back foot, isn't
59.
he?
Yeah, he's up against it now, isn't he?
Forcing everything, even after the opening throw, he was forcing. But Jared Cole will, well, he's looking likely
43.
to join Dom Taylor on 6 points.
One needs another.
100.
That's not enough for me.
No, 1 treble visits are not enough.
As I say, I expect to see another one in there.
140.
So much room, wasn't there? It was just so inviting.
Yeah, and just listening to what Jared was saying about his darts, I know we spoke about it earlier, but it's coming to the fore that he's having to think about throwing these, and you can see now he is.
Yeah.
100.
That's a
Jared, you
78.
require 78.
To finish the day on a high. Gets the treble 18. Wants double 12. 1 in hand. And finds the
shot,
double 12 and a
Jared
15 dart
Cole.
hold in the deciding leg for Jared Cole. An end average of 86.72. 6 scores between a ton and 139 and 6 140s is just about enough to pick up those valuable 2 points. 4 from 10 on the finishes, 40%. And he does join Dom Taylor on 6 points. Well, another player on 6 points in the table going into this match is up next. Jelle Klaasen takes on Moreno Blom.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just seen success for Jared Cole in a last leg decider against Dom Taylor by 4 legs to 3, which means it is a three-way split tie at the top of the table. 3 players all on 6 points. As you can see there, Dom Taylor leading the way on legs difference level on that bracket with Jelle Klaasen there. Klaasen playing in our next match against Moreno Blom, which is an all-Dutch affair here at the MODUS Super Series. So whilst we have both of the players on stage about to get underway, what better thing to do than to have a look at some of the Dutch successes we've seen here at the MODUS Super Series. Here are some of the all-time stats from the Dutch players that have played in this competition over the last couple of years. We've seen 15 players come from the Netherlands. Prior to today, 600 maximums from our players. Evenly split on the matches, won and lost as well. And we also saw back in Southampton, Danny van Tripe hit a 9-dart finish, and that really was a fantastic moment as well. The highest average from a Dutch player is Jan van Veen, who's now going on to win his PDC Tour card. That was a 105 average and an overall average of 86.5 and 33% on the double. So a really good return from the Dutch players that have participated here at the Super Series. Both of these players have participated here in Portsmouth before. For Moreno Blom, it's a second appearance for him here at the Super Series, whilst for Jelle Klaasen, since the beginning of 2022, he has become a regular in this competition and has enjoyed success in this competition and has become a regular when it's come to the Saturday night's finals. But both of these players will be hoping that it'll be more than just a successful Saturday night's finals. They'll be hoping to be at Champions Week, joining Owen Bates and John Worsley at the £20,000 occasion. But let's get back to the Monday action, the all-Dutch affair between Blom and Klaasen, which is going to be described by Phil Bars and Chris Mason.
Dankjewel, Henry. I do have other Dutch words in my vocabulary, but none that I can repeat here, Barzy.
Nice to see those numbers from our Dutch.
Yeah, and we've got a bit of double Dutch here. Looking forward to going over for the Dutch Darts Open on the Euro Tour.
First leg, it's Jelle to throw first.
Commentary in a couple of months' time. You're over there as well, pal, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm going to come over as well.
Oh dear, could be a little bit of a party on the cards.
I'll say some Euro Tour comms for you. Looking forward to it?
Yeah, I am actually. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of the Euro Tour, and I sit at home. I've got it streaming through my big TV, and I'll sit down on a Friday, Saturday, and Sunday when I do get the rare weekend off, and yeah, thoroughly enjoy it. I thoroughly enjoy seeing new players as well who qualify locally and seeing how they cope with the big stage. So many great stories over the years of the Euro Tours, and we were literally just talking about Jan van Veen, weren't we? And he is holds the record average here from a Dutch player, and how impressed we've been from his transition of playing in this environment to getting a tour card, and how he's dealt with it so far.
56.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure to watch Jean's development since we'd seen him here in Southampton.
60. And
then obviously going to Q School and blitzing his way through it.
And speaking of Dutch, I had a wonderful time. I've not seen Roland Scholten or Co Stompy for many, many years, and the players had their own little table down at the seniors, and to sit down with Co and Roland and reminisce over the great times. And then Daryl Fitton came over and sit down, Tony O'Shea, and well, you could imagine the stories.
95.
None, of course, that I can repeat.
Oh, so that's for the red button.
58. Jelle, you require 40.
Neither have changed too much, that's for sure. And nothing's changed here for Jelle as he holds in leg 1, and he is looking to top the table, which he will do, of course, with a win here. He will be the overnight leader. He has the opportunity to move on to 10 points and make it 4 out of 5 for the day. Sorry, move on to 8 points and make it 4 out of 5.
57.
Yeah, and he'll take that.
Oh, all day, especially in this group. Let's not forget, he didn't make the greatest of start to the day. It was a fairly dodgy performance in a 4-3 win over Danny Lauby. But apart from that, he's been
125.
steady away, hasn't he? He was one of my picks to win the group.
Yeah, and of course he'll head to Lakeside for the WDF World Championship.
96.
We were having a chuckle. I said, if you qualify for this year or next year, mate. He went, no, I don't know. I think this year.
Says it all when the
95.
players don't even know.
$99.
And when you have a system, this is the bizarre one. I don't get my head around. They have these gold events. So if you win them, that's it. You're in the World Championship. So what
89.
incentive is it to A, be #1 in the world, and B, travel?
Was there platinum, gold, silver,
Oh,
bronze?
yeah, whatever it is.
Talk about
94.
overcomplicating.
Require 135.
They don't learn. The PDC has done all the hard work. They've given you a blueprint of what works.
Just copy it.
Just copy it.
Yellow require 107.
They won't be offended. It's the best, it's the best form of flattery. Well, Richie Burnett and Jurgen
58.
van
Moreno
de
require
Velde
20.
locked at 4-4 in the qualification match.
No score.
Steve Lennon
Yellow require
3-1 up on Tony
112.
Martinez. Andrew Gilding 2-0 up on Richie Eddhouse. And Robbie Knops 1-0 up on Kim Hybretts. All the winners from those games
92.
qualify for the
Moreno
Euro Tour
require
at 3.
20.
Which, without even looking, I would guess is in Germany.
No score.
Yeah,
Yellow require
I
20.
think it's Risa.
That's
Game
quite a good
shot on
one,
the
isn't
second
it?
leg, Jelle Klaasen.
In terms of travelling.
No,
Oh, is that the
no,
bad
that's
one?
one of the bad ones.
Right.
Jelle Klaasen breaks. Moreno Blom missing a huge
Third leg of the
opportunity
yellow
there.
ball
Couldn't
first.
buy a
Game
double. Jelle Klaasen steps in. But they've been quite clever this year
96.
because they've put it after the Berlin Premier League, which makes it
Yes.
easier.
Yeah.
100.
For the elite.
Yeah.
Oh, Richie's 5-4 down. Oh, dear.
By the look of it, it's just going with throw.
81.
Yeah.
Great second dart there by Moreno Blom.
100.
Plonked one over the top.
A chance here for Klaasen, who's on throw in this leg 3, and he does find the treble 19.
96.
But a 2 treble visit here from Moreno, and he'll be the first to a finish.
85.
Great cover shooting.
96.
Not sure, but it looks slightly different darts to the last one. Of course, he's got a new manufacturing deal. He's now with 180, isn't he?
Yeah.
60. Yellow require
Used to be
132.
with Unicorn as Richie Burnett levels things up at 5-5.
92. Moreno
So,
require
Great counting that
156.
from Klaasen.
That's one thing that the Dutch have always been exceptional at. Their board management in terms of knowing the way around the board has been outstanding.
60. Yellow require 40.
For 3 now.
Game shot on the third
Tidy
leg,
as you
Jelle
like
Klaasen.
from
Yeah.
Klaasen.
Well, he's been solid, if not spectacular, in this game.
Fourth leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
And as well, this will do his leg difference the world of good.
Yeah. Well, going into this one, what was he on?
100.
+4, equal with Dom Taylor. And if he can eke out a 4-0 win here,
96.
it'd be huge because he'll go on to +8 and 4 clear of the field.
Again, when he was in his absolute prime, Jelle Klaasen was one of the worst players you had to
60.
try and chase.
Yeah. Great front runner, wasn't he?
170.
Casual. Pops in the
Just
ball
pops
for
in, you know. Like shelling peas.
99.
Bullseye. Yeah.
65.
Sensible.
What a response from Moreno Blom.
What a time to find your first 180 when you absolutely need it.
Been under the cosh here.
81. Moreno, you require 62.
Let's get a leg on the board.
Ooh, 42 double 10.
Different, I like that.
Bit of James Wade.
Yeah, bit of wading.
14 darter with the 180 in there. It was
Fifth leg, it's yellow.
a hold.
First. Game on.
The yellow has the darts to wrap things up, and congratulations to the
140.
original Prince of Wales, Richie Burnett, who is qualified for Euro Tour number 3 with a hard
96.
fought out 6-5 win against Jurgen van der Velde. Richie Burnett averaging 97.67, 97.06 for van der Velde. Jose de Souza joins him with a 6-2 win over Bradley Brooks. Another max.
190.
Going through the gears here. Just giving Jelle Klaasen something to think about. And we just said, imagine if there was comms cam in here that worked.
96. 90. Yellow, you require 142.
Irishman up there refereeing. Irishman going on quite nicely at the moment against the Spaniard in Tony Martinez. Steve Lennon winning, leading 5-2 on the verge of wrapping things up.
135.
Moreno Blom now can't finish, so Jelle Klaasen will come back with clear darts in hand to seal a 4-1 victory.
Yellow, you require 40.
Don't shake your head, Jelle. Surely that's a good guide.
20.
It looks it.
Our referee
Moreno
Danny
require
is actually plays
107.
in the same league with Connor and Martin Heenahan, who
Brilliant.
were regulars, or are regulars, or have
87.
been regulars in the past
Yellow,
year at the
require
Super
20.
Series.
Now he's chasing.
Game shot.
However,
and a match,
up
Jelle
to fives
Klaasen.
can be difficult, but Jelle Klaasen will top Group A after day 1. 4 wins from 5 for the Cobra, averaging 87.33 in this one. 40% on the outer ring. A fabulous day's work for Klaasen, and he will sleep well tonight. 1 game left today, and that is going to be Danny Lauby against Jack Main, and we'll be back after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Jelle Klaasen is going to be top of the pile overnight following a 4-1 victory against Moreno Blom, which sees him onto 8 points following the conclusion of the first day's play for him. Well, just one final match for us to go this evening, but if you do have a spare afternoon and you want some things to watch, then why don't you watch the thrilling final to week 2 on Saturday between Owen Bates and Leonard Gates. That is available on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel to watch in full. If you haven't done so already, don't forget to give us a subscribe. You'll find out every single time we go live. Well, next up for us is our final game of the opening session here in week 3 of Series 3. It sees Jack Main in action against Danny Lauby. This could be fast, this could be furious, and this could be quite good. So let's hand back for one final time to Phil Bars and to Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, it's Jack and Danny up next in our final contest. Yes, and I absolutely echo the sentiments of Henry. Plenty of content on the channel. And don't forget, tonight as well, from 8 o'clock, it is the Online Darts Live Lounge with the boys, including Barzy. You hosting the show tonight, mate?
Yeah, hosting tonight.
Just a half a day shift for you today, then.
Well, you know.
Comms all day, straight at home, set that up. Have you got a studio permanently set up at home now?
Pretty much,
Yeah.
yeah.
Christmas tree down yet?
Yeah, sadly.
First leg, it's
I thought about
Danny
leaving it
to
up for the
throw
whole
first.
year. Just
Game on.
I thought you might.
60.
One thing we do know, it will be Jelle Klaasen, the overnight leader, going into tomorrow. The ADC qualifier, Dom Taylor,
100.
currently in second position with Jared Cole on 6 points, but +4 for Dom Taylor, -2
60.
for Jared Cole. And in fourth spot on 4 points, this man here, Jack Main.
96.
It's going to be hard to think Danny Lauby surely is only going to pick up one win today. That would be cruel.
180.
Yeah, he's played better than just one win.
Yeah.
$60.
But sometimes you don't get what you deserve in sport.
Tell me about it.
60.
I like sure I'm forfeit darts as well at Milton Keynes.
Yeah, it was good fun. Well, it was actually bonkers, but yeah, it was good fun.
43.
The swap
Danny
darts
require
was the funniest bit.
140.
Hilarious.
No advantage whatsoever. They're my other set. I do have 2 sets of darts,
60.
but they're identical. Slightly different points, though. That's it. That's all there is.
$92.
So
Danny
other
require 81.
games coming to a conclusion, or there or thereabouts. Gilding, 5-2 up on Richie Eddowes. Gilding
Game
averaging
on
a
the first
ton.
leg, Danny
As
Lauby.
Danny Lauby comfortably holds throw in 17 in leg 1.
Yeah, that 81 was clinical as well. 57,
Second leg is Jack
24,
to throw
2
first.
darts.
Bang,
Game
bang. Danny Janssen 1-0 up on Keegan Brown. Just starting now. Mario van
60.
den Bogarde against Barney. Barney and Burnett qualifying on the same day.
Reminiscing.
100.
Yeah, of their final in the mid-90s, of course, at the Embassy at the Lakeside. Whitlock 1-all with Luke Woodhouse, both averaging over 100. Gurney 4-1 up on Veenstra, averaging 111.
180.
Well, Jack's turn to fire in a max.
140.
These two are going through the gears here. Despite that max from Jack Main, scores are level.
This one, Ian White versus Cammy Menzies for a place in Risa.
60.
That's a slip.
A big slip. Not punished.
83.
Or barely punished.
Barely. Still advantage Jack Main though
Yeah.
for me.
Especially you can find something like a 105 here to leave a 2-darter.
It's a snatchy dart,
41.
that second one.
Again, the problem he's got with his throw is that the pullback, because it doesn't actually come to a point of either
58.
at the end
Jack, you require
of it.
160.
It's somewhere in between, and you can sometimes just be a bit too short on it. And then you don't get the acceleration and the follow through, and the dart will end up low.
Very much like Daryl Gurney, where he seems to have
60.
sorted it out now,
And you
but
require 120.
he's got a very short pullback as
Yeah.
well.
The thing is, if it's a couple of mil out at the end of the backswing, it's an inch out by the time it reaches the board.
Game shown on the
That's
second
beautiful.
leg,
That's as
Jackman.
tidy as the 81 from Danny in leg one.
And this will be the frustrating thing for Jack Main here, that when he's got it
Third
right
leg
and in
is Danny
spells,
Israel
he's
first.
looked $1 million,
Game on.
but it's just the bits in between that he can't piece together.
Yeah. He's definitely talented.
100.
That's not up for debate. Like I say, you don't hit 2 9-darters on the Pro Tour on 2 different days over the same weekend if you can't play the game to a high level. I don't think there's any such thing as a lucky 9-darter.
No.
$96.
I was going to say there had to be another one that
140.
joined it.
Placed beautifully, wasn't it? By the side. Very measured dart, as is that one.
Love this angle so much.
Yeah.
$95.
Get such a
Danny
true
Maguire,
perspective
161.
of the dart entering the board.
And the adjustments.
57. Jack, you require 170.
Not a fan of that dart either. Should have been at the 25 there.
Yeah.
Ironically, uses the 25 incorrectly on the 1-2-1, but
100.
doesn't use
Danny
it when he should
Maguire,
use it.
104.
Tops.
84. Jack, you require 70.
Missed the big number. Only going to get a potential dart at the ball.
29.
Wow.
Danny, you require 20.
And that was in Gosport.
Game shown on the third leg, Danny Lauby.
Daniel Lauby does tidy up the double 10 and leads 2-1.
Yeah, the holes of throw have been relatively comfortable, haven't
Fourth
they?
leg is Jack to throw first. Game
They're
on.
averaging just shy of 93 at the moment. Danny Lauby, 86 and change for Jack
100.
May.
It's one of those ones you just feel that Lauby's in control.
100.
Oh, we've seen it so many times today that there looks a player that is just
81.
holding on while the other one is just not necessarily cruising but in control.
Yeah, just doing enough and
45.
keeping him at arm's length.
Yeah, exactly that. And you do try to do that in sort of like a match play situation. You just try and almost own that hockey
93.
and you set the pace.
45.
And that's a slip from Lauby. Letting Jack Main coast to a finish on his own throw.
68.
But leaves a bogey. Ferret canting.
Kim
100.
Hybrett's edges out Robbie Knops 6-5 to take his place in Risa.
He's done well there because Robbie Knox was 4-1 up.
Yeah.
$99.
So Danny Lauby needs a 2 treble visit to apply some pressure.
60. Jack, you requires
Comes
60.
up dry.
Looking at a 4th consecutive hold of
No
throw.
score.
Oh my. He should be
Danny
nowhere
require
near that.
151.
Is that a lapse in concentration or just not looking at...
60. Jack, you requires 60.
I mean, we've all done it, but just don't expect it.
Yeah.
Game shot
Covered
on the
well,
fourth
though.
leg, Jackman.
Very, very well, mate. No adverse effect from busting his score.
Yeah, because that can play on your mind, knowing
Fifth
that you
leg,
should
Danny
already have
control
won the
first.
leg.
Game on. 82.
Good cover shooting there from Lauby because the darts upstairs were ropey.
Yeah,
135.
and that's being kind.
We are a family show.
60. 60.
Lauby needs a 2 treble visit here just to get himself back in a dominant position
100.
on throw. That's not enough for me.
No. There was an opportunity there for bundles more.
Yeah.
Daryl Gurney is through against Veenstra in a high-quality game. Veenstra average 98 in defeat, 6-3. 109 average for Gurney. Where's that come from?
137.
That's better.
Jackie require
And needed.
167.
Jack Main is still favourite for the leg if he can find... Oh, I was going to say a trouble, but not that one.
55.
Not the green
Danny
card.
require 122.
Not the green one next to the trouble 20 anyway. Oh, he'll stay there. 86 left.
54. Jackie require 112.
It's going to get a dart to break at tops.
92.
Clips the bottom wire.
Danny requires 68.
But Lauby may only get 1 dart. He's going to get 2.
Game shot of the
That's
fifth
brilliant.
leg, Danny Lauby.
Some of the top finishing in this has been very tidy indeed, and that is a
Six leg, it's
fifth
Jack to throw
consecutive
first.
hold to
Game
throw.
on.
Danny Lauby just 1 leg away from joining
65.
Jack Main on 4 points. In fact, he will go above him on leg difference.
60.
Sets this group up rather nicely as well.
Yep.
$140.
It's definitely a trait of Jack Main, and I'm not sure I like it. That last dart, everyone he tries to zip it in instead
Yeah.
of just
50.
throwing it normally. It's fired at a ferocious rate.
And he's walking on it.
Yeah. He just throws it as he does the other two. I think he'd score a lot heavier.
I agree.
45.
But again, it's looking like a comfortable holder throw here, which would send us all the way.
Which is about right, isn't it?
Yeah,
86.
I don't think either player's done enough on the other person's throw to warrant a break.
Nope. Oh, an all-Irish shootout
58.
at the Euro
Jack
Tour
require
qualifier between
150.
Dylan Slevin and Brendan Dolan.
Just working this one out.
$42.
I say Max got to apply pressure, but that was the only thing that would have hurt.
60.
Yeah.
Jack require 108.
More often than not, he's still got 6 darts at this 108, hasn't he?
Yeah.
60.
It's a very safe 60, though.
It was, wasn't it? It was no attack at all in that visit.
60.
And that's a very
Jack
unlucky
require 48.
60. We've just
That's
seen a
the
very
opposite.
we've just seen a very safe one to a very aggressive one.
Game shot on the sixth
And
leg,
we do
Jack
go all the
Main.
way as Jack Main tidies up the 48. So here we have it.
Final leg is
It's a
Danny.
one-leg shootout.
Game on.
Danny Lauby has the darts. And he's starting
with
a max. Under pressure to hold his throw. The American comes up trumps. His second
85.
of the contest. He is now in control.
100.
Important last start there as well. Didn't want to cut the 180.5 by only scoring 60. It's forcing Jack Main to find a big visit. Danny Lauby is down to a finish after just 9 darts. 1-2-1 after 9 in a deciding leg is outstanding.
83. Danny require 121.
All day he's gone the ball first, and this time he hasn't. Done it second dart.
103.
Oof. And that's what we mean. That's why we say sometimes he's too quick. There was no composure in that dart at double 18. And because of that, he's coming back for a tricky double 9.
Require 18.
Has to attack. Can he come off of that? Doesn't want to over-adjust, and that's what's happened.
10. Jack, you require 152.
This would be burglary of the highest order. Can he get another one? Yes, he can. He's going to get a dart.
120.
Oh, he wires the 152, and you can see by Jack Main's reaction, he knows that was close. Madhouse for Lauby.
6.
Match darts have gone begging yet again.
32.
Danny Lauby has missed 6 match darts. Can Jack Main steal it at the end? Yes, he can, is the answer. You can see by the look on Danny Lauby's face, he is devastated. He's gutted with himself. He knows that is points that have got away, but Jack Main will not care. He moves on to 6 points, wins 3 of his 5 games here on debut at the Super Series. You can see the numbers there. 85.10 average, 50% on the doubles for Danny Lauby. And that concludes match 15 as we head back up to the balcony with Chris and Henry.
Yeah, thank you very much, Phil. Well, I suppose Jack Main would be thinking how he's won it. Danny would be thinking more how he's lost that.
Well, how's he only picked up 1 win all day? It's staggering, really. I think 3 of his 5 matches, I think that was the 4th match he's lost full 3. Yeah, when it's not your day, it's not your day, and that was a perfect example of that. Jack will be happy with the 2 points. He moves on to 6 points, and all to do tomorrow for Danny Lauby. But as you traditionally called it, Tuesday's moving day, and he's going to have to make his move.
When we look at the table, it's very much going to be moving day tomorrow. Jelle Klaasen at the top of the table on 8 points, and probably rightly so. He's probably been the most consistent performer throughout the course of the day. Yeah,
there was a spell in the middle of the session with Dom Taylor where he reeled off 3 wins on the spin. I thought he's very good value for those 6 points in second position. Jack will have, well, he'll sleep well tonight and wonder how on earth he's ended up on 6 points. Jelle Cole was a bit hit and miss, but there was plenty of evidence there that his top game's not too far away. And again, Danny Lau. I think Moreno has struggled. I think it's his first time in this new venue, isn't it? Yeah, and Danny just, well, you can see he's down there only on -2. Where if you look at Moreno Blom, who's on the same points, he's on -6. That just shows you the difference. Yeah, it's about right. I think it's just about right, with the exception of Lauby being just on 2 points.
With Jelle Cole, is there more questions and answers with him at the minute? Yeah,
and new equipment, and he's arrived with new equipment without the safety net of having his old darts in the case as a backup. He's made the call, and he's sticking to it, and I think that's the right call. All in all, I think that's the way to do it. If you're going to change. Don't keep going back and forth in between, because then you end up a bit like Peter Wright, not knowing which ones are the best ones. But yeah, Jared's had a bit of a tough time of it. Had a tough time at Q School, but this is the perfect platform. He's here for the week. He knows that. Well, at least till Friday, and he's got a chance to rebuild.
For Jack Main, positive first day. Obviously, you wonder how he won that last game. But for players dropping off the tour, we've seen it with the likes of David Evans. Is it an easy process to get straight into?
No. If you think you're just going to come off the tour and turn up here and walk through the week, you're very much mistaken. You know, the level of play today at times was a little bit disappointing from everybody. But a lot of the players have had a lot of time away. The last time they would have had any competitive action was probably the last Challenge Tour. So they're coming in a little bit cold. I think the standard will grow as we progress through the week, and it will have to, because we've also got some great players coming in Thursday and Friday.
Could have also been a case maybe at times, especially in the early rounds, maybe a little bit too much respect given to each other because of the severity and the toughness of the group.
Yeah, I think so. And then a lot of the players will respect some of the players that have come just off the tour. Obviously, Jelle Klaasen comes with a reputation as a former world champion. And listen, he was a two-time Premier League player as well. But yeah, I think it was more unknowns today. Dom Taylor, a very young player, not really played at the highest level. Remember, they're under the lights here. It's not, we're not playing in a backstreet pub somewhere. This is, you know, this is broadcast darts, and that comes with its own pressure as well.
Well, it'll be me and you in the comms box tomorrow.
Yes, looking forward to it, mate. I've got my shackles ready. And the gag, without a ball, though.
I don't know how I wrap the show up from there, but we're going to anyway. Well, we're going to be back tomorrow morning from 9:30 a.m. for the second day of action in Group A, where on day one, Jelle was a class above.